Syama Prasad Mukherjee Port, erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust, is India's oldest and the only riverine major port in the country. Officially born as Kolkata Port Commissioners in the year 1870, the port also celebrated its sesquicentenary celebrations last year, which were graced by the Honourable Prime Minister, who also laid the foundation stone for various key projects, starting from the sandheads at the mouth of the Hooghly Delta on the Bay of Bengal. The port's limits extend up to Farakka, north of Kolkata. SMP provides crucial maritime and cargo services to the eastern and northeastern part of the country, in addition to the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan. The port spans across two dock systems: the Kolkata Dock System in the Metropolitan of Kolkata and the Haldia Dock Complex in the industrial town of Haldia. Kolkata Dock System has emerged as a leader in container handling and handles more than 500,000 containers annually at its Netaji Subhash docks, in addition to handling break bulk at Kidarpur docks. The Baj jetties handle mainly liquid cargo such as crude oil, POL, etc., providing a vibrant port infrastructure for all varieties of cargo. The better drafted Haldia Dock Complex, or HDC, was constructed and opened downstream in 1967. Today, HDC supports the industrial city of Haldia as well as the steel belt of eastern India. Supported by an extensive network of rail and road, HDC and KDS together act as crucial nodes for both international and domestic cargo. Due to its unique position at junction of National Waterways 1 and 2, the port is in readiness to exploit potential of inland waterways. The robust railway network of Haldia and Kolkata Port has catered to more than 29 million metric tons of cargo in the year 2019-20, which is one of the highest among major ports. SMP has managed to grow year on year on its cargo revenues and tonnage, managing to break its own records every year, with historic high landing of 64 million metric tons. The port continues to chart new milestones. In the recent years, the port has accomplished new highs, including handling of a Cape vessel, introduction of floating cranes at anchorages, achieving highest throughput cargo amongst many others. To improve services, the port is taking continuous initiatives to enhance ease of doing business, along with RFID tracking, paperless service delivery, and digitized transport solutions, and state-of-the-art cargo handling services. In the upcoming years, the port aims to increase its capacity to 130 million metric tons to provide efficient logistics and support chain services to all its users. In this direction, projects like Kidarpur rejuvenation, mechanization of bulk handling berths, and liquid handling jetties in Haldia are already in planning and execution, while harboring clean cargo and light industries as well as ample opportunities for inland waterways, coastal, ro-ro, warehousing and e-commerce. Kolkata Dock System also hosts a variety of industries in different spheres. On the other hand, HDC, with a capacity of 70 million metric ton, offers liquid and dry bulk cargo services. The estate of HDC also hosts diverse industries. With more than 835 acres of land available at Haldia, the land can be readily used for setting up industries of POL, iron ore pellet plant, cement plant, assorted chemicals, liquid, storage, etc. Similarly, Kolkata and its adjoining areas offer more than 180 acres of readily available land for warehousing, logistic parks, clean industry, commercial space and business buildings. a virtual state-of-the-art first-time online land management information system is on the offering to the stakeholders as well as internal users. In addition, the port is venturing into new areas and has partnered with Cochin Shipyard for ship repair in NSD dry docks and is also keen to develop shipbuilding facilities at Chellingham and repair facilities at Kidirpur dry docks and slipways. The port is also exploring innovative avenues of diversification and asset monetization like modernization of port's hospital. As part of its corporate social responsibility, the port has lent its support in running schools, old age homes, girls' hostel for underprivileged in the Sundarban area. With a rich heritage of more than 150 years, the port has taken many initiatives like introduction of heritage tour, restoration of paddle steamer Bhopal, which have allowed for creating avenues for tourism and river cruise in the region. Indeed, with its glorious past, the port is all set for a vibrant future.
Great associations are formed for dynamic growth and to focus on enthralling success. DM International Logistics offers single-window end-to-end solutions for dry bulk, break bulk, and project cargo through diverse portfolio of services including port operations, shipping, freight forwarding, custom house agency, inland transportation, warehousing, maritime logistics services and rail logistics, and supply chain management. The diverse portfolio of DM International Logistics Services includes the entire range of cargo handling services at Kolkata, Haldia and Paradip ports. At Haldia Port, we have our own private terminal with world-class terminal management, stevedoring and cargo handling facilities, along with an entire range of vessel agency services. DM International Logistics Limited is one of the largest private sector rail operators in India, operating high-capacity rakes in Pan-India. The unique last-mile delivery backed up by state-of-the-art warehousing solutions are offerings that makes DM International Logistics a partner of choice across its network of operations. With offices in India, China, UAE and Germany, DM International Logistics offers freight forwarding for containerized air, project cargo exports and imports, and shipping services through its subsidiaries, TKM Global Logistics and International Shipping and Logistics Services. We do business to improve the quality of life for the community we serve. DMILL has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around its areas of operations. At DM International Logistics, we live up to the Tata brand values, taking them as our inspiration, our guiding star. As long as the star of our inspiration guides us, DM International Logistics will continue to shine, leading the way, illuminating lives with its services.
Do you know when trade is at its best? It's when you never have to think about it. When it's so convenient, it almost feels invisible. Trade is at its best when it makes getting something, no matter how big or small, from one place to another, feel like handing it over with your own hands. Making the world flow better. A way to make another country feel like next door. To make a stranger feel like a neighbor. To change what's possible for everyone. For us, trade isn't about running ports. It's about opening portals. Portals to millions of people, but also to a better future.
Logistics links enterprise worldwide. It feeds businesses, shapes industry, and fuels economy. Efficient logistics management helps create value. Welcome to Century CFS near Kolkata Port in India. Strategically located within 3 kilometers from the Kolkata Port, with adjacent rail tracks and road connectivity. We are the first private enterprise in this sector in Eastern India. We ensure that your goods are safely, securely, and smartly handled. We are an integrated logistics management hub consisting of 2 adjacent container freight stations, that of JJP and Sonai. Paved terminals, hard stand area of 78,150 square meters at JJP and 22,096 square meters at Sonai. 24/7 servicing, dock operations and logistics support for worldwide shipping clientele since 2008. Presented by Century Ply, a leading group with a divergent business portfolio ranging from ply, veneers, laminates, cement, ferroalloys, power generation to logistics management and container freight stations. We are the leading CFS operator in Kolkata. Our accreditations cover ISO 9001-2008 and OSAS. We are the only CFS in Eastern India to be CTPAT compliant. Century CFS has a capacity to handle more than 140,000 TEUs per annum. We handle all types of containers and cargo, hazardous cargo and odd or over dimension cargo, break bulk or project cargo handling and cargo consolidation. Fully computerized reporting systems with online tracking of containers. Our own fleet consists of 100 trailers, 7 reach stackers, 15 forklifts, 2 hydro and 2 yard cleaning machines. Round-the-clock special security, monitoring, checks and surveillance. Modern firefighting systems cover the entire yards. Customs and EDI systems at our CFS offer a hassle-free and single window clearance service to importers and exporters at our premises. Training and skill development are an integral and continuous process at Century CFS, ably supported by our highly motivated team. It is this focus that has won us numerous awards and accolades. At Century CFS, logistics management is fast, cost-effective, hassle-free, safe, secure, efficient and tracked. Working every day to deliver the best. Century CFS. Sarvada Sarvottam. The best always.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group, offering a wide range of products, services and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge between steel mills and customers. Empowering communities and people. Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited. More than just a steel service center organization.
It is simple dreams that form the bedrock of success and achievements in our lives. As children, we all have dreams of the future, of knowing what lies beyond the distant horizons. But even the smallest dream needs a catalyst, a companion who can nurture and encourage our dreams every single step of the way. For every dream is a journey, and even the longest journey must begin with the smallest step. In the 90s, India and its people had just started to change. A global network of opportunities had begun to emerge. And for many, progress became a possibility through endeavors. One could transform dreams into reality. Adani Ports was born from the firm belief that a strong infrastructure to facilitate trade would be imperative to unlock our country's real potential. And to this end, we built Mundra Port. We cover the entire Indian coastline with our ports at 12 different locations. We have ports at Mundra, Tuna Tekra, Dahej, Hazira, Dighi, Mormugao on the west coast, Dhamra, Vishakhapatnam, Krishnapatnam on the east coast, and Kattupalli and Ennore on the south coast of India. And a container transshipment terminal is coming up in Veranam, Kerala. Adani's Mundra port is a deep draft multi-cargo port with 25 berths, with annual capacity to handle nearly 264 MMTPA, making it India's largest commercial port. It is strategically located in the Gulf of Kutch, catering to the landlocked northern regions of our country. All Adani ports offer a host of global standard services thanks to a highly qualified workforce and infrastructure at par with the best ports in the world. We have diversified into setting up India's largest and only port-based SEZ in Mundra. Adani SEZ is immediately scalable to become the base for any enterprise of any scale or size. All of this makes AP SEZ a superlative and a singular example of the seamless integration of our 5 key services: ports, logistics, inland waterways, SEZ, and dredging. Mundra Port has roll-on, roll-off facility. We have container terminals to dock container vessels of any size and length, as well as single-point mooring systems to unload crude oil from VLCCs. A dedicated fully mechanized coal import terminal at West Basin, and a fully automated fertilizer cargo complex that helps the efficient and speedy evacuation of fertilizers. The immense success and scale of Mundra has been replicated in all our other ports. For the second most populous country, food security is very important. Adani Agri Logistics has created an entire network for storage and transportation of food grains, enabling the farmer to send his produce to you anywhere in India. This model guarantees our ability to handle high-volume, multi-cargo safely and efficiently. Our ports at Hazira, Dahej, and terminals at Tuna Tekra and Mormugaon are growing fast and are capable of handling container, bulk, and liquid cargoes. Vishakhapatnam terminal is fully mechanized with a storage yard. Dhamra port, situated on the east coast of India, is poised to become a strategically important port in the very near future. In the south coast, APSEZ is handling Kattupalli port and Ennore terminal in Tamil Nadu. Growing ambition has led to strategic acquisitions of Krishnapatnam and Dighi, thus forming a perfect string of ports across the nation's coastline. Furthermore, all our ports are connected through road, rail, air, and pipeline corridors. And having our own ICDs go a long way in ensuring integrated multimodal logistics solutions to the customer. APSEZ has set up the largest private railway link in the country with pan-India container train operations. With the capacity to handle long-haul and double-stack container trains, all of this is geared towards building a better India. As a company, we adhere to the most rigorous health and safety standards, which ensure the safety of our most valuable assets, our employees. And it is their courage, trust, and commitment that define the core of our values. In all our operations, we are committed to function as an environmentally responsible company. Our initiatives in mangrove afforestation and tree plantation have gone a long way in establishing Mundra as one of the greenest ports in the world today. APSEZ has also showcased how inclusive growth can empower the nation. We have developed specific CSR projects tailor-made to the local communities. We focus on education, community health, sustainable livelihood, and rural infrastructure. There is a special emphasis on creating livelihood opportunities for local fishermen and educating children in rural areas, especially the girl child. Because we at Adani believe in creating sustainable ecosystems, right from the grassroots levels, and at the core, our ability to touch the lives of those around us comes from our deep belief in nation building. Our growth model is growth with goodness, where a growth in business also means an increase in goodness for everyone, from people to communities to the country. Our dedicated efforts resulting in exponential growth rates is testament to that. And more importantly, enabling the dreams of the thousands who work for us is what sets Adani apart, as it is their dreams that have helped us get to where we are today. People who represent the new India, a successful and forward-looking India.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Bengal Chamber, we welcome you to the 11th edition of the Bengal Chamber's annual Shipping and Logistic Conclave 2021-2022. Before we formally begin the program, we would like to thank all our partners and sponsors. To mention, I would first like to thank our gold sponsors, namely Adani Ports and Logistics, BGS Group, Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port, and TM International Logistics. Our official logistic partner, DP World PLC, our print media partner, Exim India Shipping Times, our knowledge partner, PwC, our silver sponsors, namely All Cargo Logistics, CFS, Allied ICD Services, the PDP Group, Century Plyboard India Limited, Exide Industries Limited, New Era Shipping Line Private Limited, Phoenix Group, Steel Authority of India, Summit Alliance Port East Gateway India Private Limited, Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited, TP Roy Chaudhary and Company Private Limited, our bronze sponsors, APJ Shipping Limited, Cross Ocean Enterprises Private Limited, Electro Steel Castings Limited, KBR Transport Private Limited, Messrs. Megdeepa Logistics Private Limited, Mitra Enterprises, MSC Agency India Private Limited, Oceanwell Shipping Services Private Limited, Penang Shipping Private Limited, Pinnacle Logistics Private Limited, Seabridge Marine Agency, Sea Ship Logistics Private Limited, SNB Agency, Sri Maharshi Shipping Private Limited, Translog Ship Private Limited, V2 Maritime LLP, Vivek Freight and Logistics Private Limited, and United Liner Shipping Services LLP. Our legal partner, Victor Moses and Company, and our chief patron, JIS Group. For the ease of smooth flow of the program, we would like to request all our participants to join through Facebook, YouTube, and webcast, and all our speakers and Shipping and Logistic Committee members to join through Zoom. Participants can write the questions in the chat box during the Q&A session after each technical session gets over. Without further ado, I would now like to request our President-designate, Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, to formally give the welcome address. Over to you, sir, and thank you. Sir, we are unable to hear you.
Connectivity issue. In that case, I suppose I'll have to take over. Good morning, everybody.
Sir, you are on mute. Sir, you are on mute mode.
I think we should continue.
Shubhi sir, you are on a mute mode.
So Shukana, can I read? The connectivity is very good today. Can
Yes,
you hear
sir,
me?
now we can hear you. Now we can hear
Hello.
you. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
So once again, am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, you are audible. Please continue.
Yes. Okay. So it's my pleasure and privilege to extend a warm welcome to Sri Gopal Krishna, Advisor, World Bank, South Asia Region, New Delhi, and former Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Sri Amrit Lal Meena, IAS, Special Secretary, Department of Logistics, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Sri Vineet Kumar, IRSEE, Chairman, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, Port Trust, erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust, Professor Dr. Ashima Goyal, Honorable Member, Monetary Policy Committee of RBI, Professor Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research,
Sorry,
Sir,
Mr. Chakraborty, you are not audible anymore.
an ex-member of Economic, other distinguished panelists, eminent speakers, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all.
Sir, dropped. I think on behalf of the President, I would like to read out the welcome address. On behalf of the President designate, we would like to read out his welcome address where he says that he welcomes you all at the 11th edition of the annual Shipping and Logistic Conclave organized by the Shipping and Logistic Committee. The Shipping and Logistic Committee of the Bengal Chamber has been organizing one of the largest annual shipping and logistic conclaves of Eastern India for last 10 years, focusing on the need and development of the shipping and logistics sector, underlying the opportunities particularly related to operational issues pertaining to ports, waterways, and logistics sector. It has also been a part, along with its industry stakeholders, in preparing way forward to bring in further development and growth of this sector. We all know that shipping, a major arm of logistics, plays an important role in the global supply chain, and it contributes to a significant extent towards the development of EXIM trade. There are various areas like the upcoming projects on the Bay of Bengal region and the role of startups and digitization for development and growth of the shipping and logistic industry. Besides, it is quite relevant to discuss on how to make the ports, shipping and logistics sector more sustainable in the near future. Today at our annual conclave, our focus would be on few such areas. Our President Designate thanks the Shipping and Logistic Committee members of the Chamber for taking the initiative of organizing such a valuable and informative program, which is the need of the hour, and he believes that our invitees, delegates present here today would be quite benefited after attending this conclave. Last but not the least, he would like to thank all our partners, sponsors, without whose support it would have not been possible for us to organize a conclave of this magnitude. We request all of you to attend this very important conclave and take full advantage of the same. Thank you. I would now request the Chairman of the Shipping and Logistic Committee to formally deliver the theme address.
Good morning, everyone. As the chairperson of the Shipping and Logistics Committee, it's my personal great pleasure and privilege to extend a hearty welcome to all of you to our 11th edition of this annual Shipping and Logistics Conclave. In this conclave, we have decided primarily to focus on the upcoming projects of shipping and logistics industry, of course, with emphasis on the Bay of Bengal region. In addition, we'll also highlight the role of startups and digitization in this very, very vital sector, and the contribution of the logistics industry to the sustainability of the world. As we all know, during the very difficult time which the mankind has been going through due to the pandemic, it is the logistics industry which has really kept the world moving. Today, as we keep saying, that world is integrated. So the economies basically develop on the strength of international trade, and it is the shipping which propels the growth. It is the, by carrying more than nearly 85–90% of the international trade by volume and about 65–70% by value. It is the shipping which propels and engineers the growth of not only the international trade, but also of the world economy. As far as the logistics is concerned, an efficient, effective, and robust logistics industry can have a domino effect on the socio-economic development of a region and a country. Logistics is extremely vital. Keeping that in mind, what we have decided that after the inaugural session, there will be 3 technical sessions. The first one, as I mentioned, will be on the upcoming projects of shipping and logistics industry, particularly with focus to our region. The next one will be the vital role of digitization and startup in this logistics industry. And I'm sure you will all agree that today every industry is knowledge industry. So professionalism is a must for the growth and development of the sector. And these kind of conferences, conclave, the main objective is to provide a platform for sharing of knowledge and expertise. And they go a long way in definitely helping the participants and propagating the experience all round. I'm sure the participants, as I mentioned, will gain a lot, because after all, for a sector, it is vitally important for the government, the industry, and the academia to work in unison, in concert. And that's what we have tried to bring the speakers representing all these different segments. As we all know, logistics has a tremendous potential in India, as India can boast of one of the most extensive rail and road network, as well as 7,500 kilometers of coastline and nearly 15,000 kilometers of inland waterways. So the prospect is tremendous. We see that the present government is giving a lot of emphasis on the water transport. We sincerely believe that for India to comply with the international treaties in terms of environment, it is absolutely vital to divert some domestic freight transportation, particularly from road and also rail, to the water transport. It is acknowledged all over the world that water transport is the most economic and environmentally friendly, particularly for bulk transportation over a long haul. But unfortunately in India, while we have definitely invested hundreds of thousands of crores in rail and road, unfortunately similar investment has not been made for water transport. But we are very happy to note the present emphasis of the government on this very, very vital sector. In conclusion, I would like to once again join our President-designate and Shukarna in thanking all our sponsors, all our speakers, and my grateful thanks is also due to Mr. Gopalakrishna, who is the chief guest of this event. He is sitting next to me. We are very, very happy that a person of his stature, he was the former secretary of our ministry, Port Shipping and Waterways, and presently he is the advisor to the World Bank for South Asia region. So without much further ado, I would hand over the platform to Mr. Gopalakrishna. Normally, as we all know, the chief guest speaks last in any particular event, but unfortunately, Mr. Gopalakrishna has a pressing engagement for which he has to rush from here. So that's why I request Mr. Gopalakrishna to deliver his talk.
Good morning, all of you. At the very outset, I must very sincerely thank Captain Ravi, Mr. Hazra, and the President-designate of the Chamber to have invited me to this particular conclave. I am also delighted that after a very long time, I am able to physically be present on the premises of this very old and distinguished chamber. We all know, and I think so, speakers before me have alluded to the fact that a robust and effective transportation and logistics sector is a sine qua non for raising the competitiveness of both the industry, trade and commerce. And unfortunately, over a period of last 2-3 decades, there have been a lot of inconsistencies in our logistics sector, transportation sector. I will like to point two of them. One is the imbalances that have got created in the way goods are transported within the country. In the 60s, about 2/3 of our goods were transported by the road sector. 66% practically was transported by the railways. The situation is now fast turning around. More than 2/3 of goods get transported by the railways, and only 1/3 by road, and only 1/3 by railways. And this is raising the cost of transportation, cost of logistics. A very recent study by Niti Aayog has come up with the facts that if all our goods are transported by the railways, the cost of transportation, cost of logistics in our country would be around 5% of GDP. If everything gets transported by road, on the other hand, as it is the trend, then the logistic cost would rise to about 15-16%. Neither of the two can happen. And therefore, we have to create a balance somewhere midway. And not only create a balance between road and rail, but we have to use multimodality in a very, very big way. Dr. Hazra mentioned about lack of waterway transports. Our maritime transport still, I would say, is in a much better shape, but our inland waterways transport suffered from lack of investment for a very long time. It is again extremely heartening that about half a decade back, due emphasis was laid to this sector, and a number of projects, especially World Bank assisted JMBP project on the National Waterway 1 was undertaken, and that is slowly changing the entire scenario for transport. We still have a very long way to go, and some very new developments are taking place in this sector, and I would just like to quickly tell you about those two or three developments that are taking place. When the World Bank started this project 3-4 years back, and we have now a couple of infrastructure which has come up, the terminal at Varanasi, the terminal at Sahibganj, and the terminal at Haldia. They got completed. Fairway developments on the entire National Waterway 1 is underway, and we hope that in the coming times, this will really lead to full-scale transportation on this important waterway. But more importantly, another development took place, and all of you who do business in this region are very well aware that most of the inland waterway transportation in this part of the country and also in our neighboring country happens through the transboundary river systems consisting of the Ganges or Ganga, Padma, Brahmaputra, Jamna, and the Meghna river basins. And this is a interconnected water system. It connects both Bangladesh and India, and also the two landlocked countries, Bhutan and Nepal, can take advantage of this river system. And it's very crucial that not only we think of the waterway development in our own country, but also think of the waterway development in Bangladesh, because through that river system, through the protocol rules that get developed, we can have transportation systems in a new way developed to reach our northeast regions. And the most important aspect of this was India taking up dredging work, creating a fairway in Bangladesh by taking up two stretches, the Daikova and Sahibganj sectors, and the Ashuganj and Karimganj sectors on Jamna and the Meghna rivers. India is investing about 300 crores, on a 80-20 basis, and that will create connectivity to Assam and to other parts of Northeast. Another new development which is now taking shape is the interest of other international organizations in the waterway sector in India. And very recently, the US aid is starting to take up feasibility studies for, again, two very, very crucial projects. And one project I would like to highlight is the connection, transport connection between the Farakka link canal and Padma. That is the interlinking of rivers in some sense, which will lead to water transportation borne traffic to directly from North India go to Bangladesh and to the northeast parts of our country, which will be shortening the distance by about 400-500 kilometers, which is a big thing because that will lead to reduction of cost and lead to linkages of waterways in the northern parts of the country to the northeast parts of the country. So a lot of interesting developments are taking place in this sector, and what is now should happen is that, and that is also the policy of the government, that to link all the modes of transport, of the multimodal modes of transport, and this Gati Shakti program, which is a concept of an integrated and an interconnected system of transportation, is a welcome step. Also, the whole emphasis on monetization of infrastructure assets, whether it be handing over airports to private sector, whether it's the landlord model concept in the ports, where the government builds in infrastructure and hands over the business operation to private operators. These are very important decisions and policy changes that are taking place, and this will lead to a lot of private sector participation in our infrastructure, which was again lacking for a very long time. So I'm very sure that with the current emphasis of the government on both infrastructure development and on private participation and managing the infrastructure projects, which was amplified by the emphasis that the finance minister gave to infrastructure development and the public investment in the infrastructure sector in a speech this year, this sector is going to see great amount of development. The discussions during the course of the day today will highlight some of the very important projects that are coming up. The logistics sector, how the logistics sector in our country, because we require a very strong ecosystem for logistics. And until unless there is a strong ecosystem of logistics, warehouses, end-to-end connectivity, road sector, everything has to work together to see that our logistic costs come down. So I would, there is a very eminent and distinguished panel of both speakers and panelists, and I'm sure they are going to discuss at length some of these aspects, come up with some suggestions which could be forwarded to the government for its, consideration. And this conference, I'm sure, after a very long time, we are in a position to, to again sit, discuss. It will lead to more such discussions in the future. And this region, which is very important for waterborne transportation, will take a lead in creating new ecosystems as far as logistics is concerned. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to hear from you, and we are very much thankful to you for coming all the way to the chamber and addressing us. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next speaker, we would like to inform that Sri Amritlal Meena will join us shortly. In between, if we can request Sri Vinit Kumar, Chairman Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust, to please deliver his address.
Thank you. Very good morning to everyone. Mr. P. Chakravarti, President Designate, Vital Chambers, Mr. Hazran, Dr. Ashima Goyal, Captain Majumdar, and my special good morning to our Gopal Krishna sir, ex-shipping secretary, who is present there in today's event. I have been very fortunate to work with him. We are very fortunate, sir, that you are here today, and your discourse has really set the tone for the day about multimodality and the role the sector has to play in the economy of the country. So shipping and port industry has a roller coaster ride in the last 2 years, struggling with COVID, with high freight rates, and so many issues. But somehow the system in our country, both as regards shipping and ports, have shown robustness, and we have been able to tide over the crisis. And as I see today, there is upswing in the upswing in the sector, and stability is I see around the corner. If in the next few months we don't have any other major incident affecting the shipping world, so I think the times, another 6 months, we should be in a fairly stable times as far as shipping is concerned. Port sector is doing well this year. We are almost all the major ports, I can say, are doing better than last year. In fact, some of them have crossed the earlier, like 1920 figures also. Ports in the eastern part, which are dependent on the dry bulk cargo of coal and iron ore, etc., they have a little issue because of the high freights as well as the demand of the coal and iron ore getting affected because of the steel industry issues. But nevertheless, other issues, containers and other other products, the growth is good. So overall, the scenario in the port sector is quite good, sir. It's on upswing, and almost it's coming back to normal. The Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port
In Bombay,
as we say,
you were ex-chairman of SCI.
Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port is almost back at the levels, and it's doing better than last year as far as the container segment is concerned. we had our issues of being a feeder port. All our vessels go to Colombo, Singapore, and Conclave, and each of them had an issue. In the last year, we also had certain issues about the reliability of our equipments, but now everything is, I think, over, or all the three feeder ports which we rely on are quite stable. So things are back to normal, and I hope from now onwards there should be a positive upswing as far as port and shipping sector is concerned in the days to come. Government of India in this budget has launched Gati Shakti program, and the Gati Shakti program speaks of 7 pillars of the economy, and out of those 7 pillars, 2 pillars, key pillars belong to our ministry, which is ports and waterways. So while ports already have an evolved system, waterways are still evolving, and a lot of focus and investment is going into this sector. Ministry has made a maritime India vision looking towards next 10 years, 2030, wherein there is clear focus on capacity enhancement as far as the ports are concerned, building of mega ports, digitization and process improvements, ease of doing business, and is another pillar, and sustainability and safety. This is the third pillar which is being looked upon, of the growth with sustainable needs. So that vision is already there in place, and all the ports and other associates of the ministry are working towards that vision, and at individual level as well as the level of the ministry and the government. As far as Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port is concerned, we have very recent good developments as far as this port is concerned. After almost 20 years, we have awarded a PPP project for mechanization of a berth in Haldia. The investment is around 300 crores, but the project will be a game changer in the sense that it will be a fully end-to-end mechanized berth, and that too will be a rapid loading system. As of now, we take around 7 to 8 hours to manually load a rake. That would come down to almost 1.5 to 2 hours. So the productivity levels will be very, very high, and consequently the costs will come down. Because of our long channel and dredging issues, we have high costs, so our effort has been towards reducing the cost. Another major development is that the first PPP project in the Kedarpur, in the KDS system, has got a very good response, and we are very shortly going to award this contract for first PPP project in the Calcutta port system. That is the mechanization of 6 berths in the Kedarpur dock, which is the oldest docks, and it will be equipping it for the container operations as well as for the efficient operation of the bulk and dry bulk cargo. So that is another new beginning which has come up in the Kedarpur docks. In the recent times to come, there will be more projects coming of the similar fashion, both in Calcutta and Haldia. We are trying to reposition ourselves in the long run, reducing our dependence on the fossil fuels, coal and the minerals and metals, and moving towards gases, liquids and chemicals. An effort in this direction is we are investing around 600 to 700 crore rupees in making various projects in Haldia and Calcutta in that direction. One oil jetty, new oil jetty, we call it OT2, which was under construction. I am happy to inform that in this March, we will be commissioning that jetty, and one more jetty will be available for the liquid products in this March itself. And another project in Shalukhali, which is a little upstream of Haldia, another oil jetty of around 250 crores or so. That concession is also being awarded here in this month, and maybe in a couple of years that jetty will also be ready. So there will be enough capacity to handle the liquid cargo and also our focus towards, we are doing around 5 million tons of LPG every year, and our focus is to increase that and also get in long-term, gases like LNG or maybe future hydrogen. So we are creating an ecosystem for a gas-based, system in Haldia. Connectivity side, a lot of things have been done. You are all aware that the doubling of tracks both in Haldia and Calcutta is complete. In fact, connectivity is our forte and the location advantage we have in both the ports. But as our Gopal Krishna mentioned, that the modal share in our system is little skewed, more towards road, less towards rail, and almost negligible towards waterways as of now. So there is an effort to increase the rail share in the immediate term, for which we have already taken actions, as you are aware. But the waterway side, we are also working on as to how to increase the modal share of the waterways into movement of cargo. The average modal share in a good port would be around 40 to 50% by road, another 20-25% by rail, and 25-30% by waterways. So our waterways thing is quite low. Now in that direction, we are planning extended gate. It will be extended gate upstream of our Calcutta port in Balaghat. It's an island where we have sufficient land. So we are planning 2 jetties there. One will be handling container, another will be handling other drivable cargo. And the movement from Calcutta port to the cargo bound for, say, Asansol or Durgapur, all those areas, northern areas, will be routed through this waterways. So this project is in an advanced stage and we'll be taking it up very shortly. Another project which is in inception stage is a tunnel which we are contemplating between from Calcutta side to Howrah side for the road transportation. It's just in inception stage. We are going ahead with the study for it for the long-term purpose. One good thing which has happened with COVID is probably we were slow on the agenda of digitization. What happened with COVID is that we were forced to hasten it, do it a bit faster, and in the process we have been able to entirely digitize our process for export and import in the Calcutta port. As of now, I don't think there is a need for anybody to come to the port for submitting any document for taking either delivery of cargo or taking his cargo or export cargo. So that entire process has been digitized. We have very recently done a gate appointment system. Being a city port, we have congestion issues. There are restrictions from the traffic police department, but we have made a gate appointment system wherein the traffic is regulated by appointment, and various slots are given to the users, and they book their slots at our gates, and the trucks move as per an e-pass issued to them. And around, so the traffic which used to, as soon as the no entry time was over, all the trucks used to rush and it used to cause congestion. Now that has been dealt to a great extent. We have a system where you take an appointment and you get an e-pass. Unless you have an e-pass, you are not you will not be given entry into the gate. So the traffic has smoothened, and with this effort, I am happy to inform all of you that the traffic police has relaxed the restriction, which was 8 hours a day, which has come down to around almost 4 to 5 hours a day. So almost we have got more productive 4 hours in day where traffic, can come in and out of the port. Another handicap of Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, our Calcutta port, is the night navigation. We are given a study to Antwerp port, and I am hopeful that very recently we will start night navigation in Calcutta also. 2 more developments which are relevant is we have been doing the transloading at Sandheads and in the fair weather, but we were constrained because we were not able to do it all around the year. From this year onwards, we have started bringing Cape vessels to Sagar also, and partially loaded Cape vessels can now come all around the year to Sagar, and we can have this transloading all around the year in Sagar encouraged. So this is one. And another first is that ship-to-ship transfer of LPG has been done first time in India in Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port. These vessels used to come partially loaded with 25,000 tons of LPG, and this transloading used to happen somewhere in Male. So an empty vessel used to go from here to Male. These transloading was done from one vessel to two vessels, and then both the vessels will come to Haldia. And it would take 3-4 days for the vessel to go and 3-4 days for it to come. Now, by doing this STS operation in our Haldia, for each STS operation, the oil companies are saving around 3 to 4 crore rupees on the charter hire cost, which they used to incur for sending this vessel all the way to Male. So this is something which we have been doing to innovations. These innovations are there because we are a port which is not blessed with a higher draft. So we have to find out ways and means as to how we can increase our draft by, or increase the tonnage per ship by using these innovative methods. Ship repairing is another area we have ventured into. We had already started ship repairing in Netaji Subhash Dock with the Cochin shipyard. Very recently, we have also done a joint venture with GRSE Gardery Shipbuilders for our Khidirpur dry docks. All the 3 Khidirpur dry docks are now operational with GRSE. So, and they are using it for their purpose as well as doing these ships and repair of smaller ships for private parties also. So ship repair is another area we are very keen into, and we are very seriously thinking of starting a ship building facility also on our land which we have south of Haldia. We are actively considering it, talking to other players. As I said, Calcutta Port has been a major player in the eastern regional connectivity, and we look forward that in the future also we will be playing major role in the eastern regional connectivity, that is DBIN nations, also Myanmar. All these countries can very well be connected. We have our footprint in Sitwe. Bangladesh, we are doing very actively doing business with Bangladesh. In fact, this year we have done a lot of food exports to Bangladesh. The cargo numbers are quite high. Connecting Northeast is a focus area. And as our Honorable Minister says that we are a port which has the blessings of connecting sea with the river. So providing a gateway to the export and import cargo of Northeast via waterways is another focus area. And very recently we have flagged off a vessel with 2,000 tons of steel from Haldia, and it's going all the way to Assam. The vessel is on the way. And I think this successful trial will open new vistas for movement of cargo from Northeast to Calcutta Port, and from Calcutta Port to all over the world, and connecting Northeast to the rest of the world. So, inland waterways also on NW1, we are actively considering doing movements and installing floating cranes, etc., so that potential can also be realized. And we look forward in future to, definitely become a big player in the inland waterway sector and make Calcutta as hub of the inland waterway transportation, in addition to what we already do. Our motto, as we say, is glorious past and vibrant future. And we look towards a very vibrant future, and this, would not be possible without this support of all these stakeholders and all these initiatives which we have taken, or activities which we have done, have become possible because of the active support of all our stakeholders in this in Calcutta region. And I look forward to their support in the coming times also. And I wish all the best to today's event. And I look forward to some more learning as the day progresses. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an extremely informative message which we got from you. As a Chamber of Commerce, we are always with our industry stakeholders. Any support which you need from us, anything which we can support you, it will be our good luck. With this, I would now like to invite our next speaker, Sri Amrit Lal Meena, IAS, Special Secretary, Department of Logistics, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much for carving out time from your busy schedule and addressing us. Over to you, sir.
So thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, perfectly audible.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry to be a little late because, as you know, on 28th, there is a post-budget webinar on PM Gati Shakti, and Honorable Prime Minister will be making a special address. So I invite all of you to join this webinar to get further in depth into PM Gati Shakti. As you know, PM Gati Shakti, Vinitji has spoken about two important engines. The remaining 5 engines out of the 7 engines which have been talked about by the Finance Minister. Apart from the port and waterways, the other 5 engines are the roads, the railways, airport, mass transport, and logistic infrastructure. These 7 engines, coupled with, complemented with the energy transmission, IT communication, bulk water and sewerage, and social infrastructure, are the pillars of the infrastructure proposed under the PM Gati Shakti. You are all aware that this year's budget, lot of enhancement in the capital outlay has been made for all the departments, and the PM Gati Shakti concept, primarily the projects are to be taken in a planned manner through the National Master Plan. Under PM Gati Shakti, Honorable Prime Minister had launched the National Master Plan on 13th of October. This is being developed by BIJAC and a National Institute, wherein all the infrastructure layers, all the economic zones, all the ports, all geographical features are mapped onto a single GIS-based platform, where any ministry who is taking up the infrastructure project is expected to take the planning, keeping in view the projects already mapped onto the plan, so that we draw complementary, we draw synchronization in implementation, and there is an integrated planning. So it is hoped that with enhanced capital outlay and systematic planning through the National Master Plan, the speed of implementation, the output of the funds that are being invested, and the likely disruption which used to take place because of various forms of clearances, like the forest clearances or clearances from different government departments, will take lesser time. So it is expected that with this, the infrastructure will get a further boost. And as you know, the objective of Gati Shakti is to reduce the logistic cost and enhance the logistic efficiency in the country. It's currently about, it is estimated to be 13 to 14% of GDP, whereas in other developed countries, it is estimated to be 8 to 9%. So all components which constitute to the logistic cost, whether the transport infrastructure, warehousing, processes, and inventory, under PM Gati Shakti, on all these components, the interventions are proposed so as to reduce cost in every component by about 1/3 extent of what it is at the current moment. Through PM Gati Shakti, it is also targeted that for all our ports, the infrastructural connectivity gaps, if any, exist today. Though under Sagarmala, great work has been done in last few years. My predecessor speaker, Vinitji, was speaking about the good work that has been done in for the port infrastructure development. In all the ports, lot of work has been done, but still under PM Gati Shakti, any gap which is causing the movement disruption has to be taken up by the concerned ministry on priority, whether it is the Ministry of Rail, Road, or Port and Shipping, or any other concerned ministry. So under this PM Gati Shakti, once the National Master Plan is final, we will be able to see as to where are the gaps which are causing disruptions, the congestions. Another thing is the digitization. As you are aware, currently 6 different ministries of the central government who are into the logistic arena, they have their own systems. Say, for example, Ministry of Road, Transport and Highways have Vahan, where one can track details about a vehicle. Sarthi, where one can track details about the driver. Then FASTag, of course, as you all know. There are 6 ministries and 24 systems which have been developed, which are quite mature. But for a user, he or she has to sign in all systems to draw requisite useful information. Suppose you are a logistic service provider handling, say, 10 trucks per day. Now, for every truck, you will go to the Vahan portal and will try to find out its fitness, its insurance. Similarly, you will go to Sarthi and will try to find out the details of the driver. But if both these systems talk to each other, then by single signing through the ERPs, you will be able to get through the API data which are relevant for your requirement. So under current year's budget, Honorable FM has talked about unified logistic interface platform, where all these 24 systems are being integrated onto a common platform for ease of doing business to the industry, which is likely to reduce significantly the process and documentation cost. Under PM Gati Shakti, as you know, for proper coordination, empowered group of secretaries has been formulated at the level of the cabinet secretary, with secretaries of different stakeholder departments as members. So any policy, issue, suggestion which is affecting the logistic performance of the country, keeping nation as a rule approach, such issues, if they are having divergent views from different ministries, such issues are now able to be discussed at the level of EGOS for taking what is a good viewpoint from the country as a whole. So that system of user interaction and resolution of user issues has now been introduced. With a focus to reduce the cost of different sectors of economy, there is a plan to formulate sector logistic plans. Say, for example, for coal sector, the requirement of the infrastructure and processes and digitization may be little having different priority. There may be different focus for the fertilizer sector. So sector specific logistic plans are also being formulated under the overall ambit of PM Gati Shakti. We have also undertaken, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has undertaken an exercise of logistic ease across different states to ascertain as to what is the logistic scenario in the state. This is an objective exercise, thing similar to what the World Bank has been doing for different countries, the logistic performance index. So we have done for all the states the leads, which has thrown the ranking of different states, and we have identified as to what are the infrastructural gaps, what are the policies and programs which needs to be taken care of by different states to improve their logistic performance. We have also taken measures to appreciate and incentivize the excellence in the logistics sector. Hopefully, very soon the first National Logistic Excellence Award would be given away in the function. So today, I would also like to mention that in this year's budget, for states to consider their projects which have bearing on the logistic cost, government has provided for about 1 lakh crore rupees additional funding for taking PM Gati Shakti related infrastructure projects by the state. It's a long-term loan. So that will probably ease the funding requirement for focus on the logistic infrastructure by the states also. I thank the organizer for having given me this an opportunity to interacting with you, and invite you to join the webinar scheduled for 28th, which includes the special session, the Honorable PM, and there are 5 thematic sessions throughout the day. The organizer get in touch with us. I'll share the link. Through that, you will be able to have a greater in-depth into PM Gati Shakti. Once again, I thank the organizers. I compliment them for having this organized, and this good luck for this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We shall definitely be in touch with your office to get more details on the 28th webinar. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on, we would like to now invite Professor Dr. Ashima Goyal, Honorable Member, Monetary Policy Committee of RBI, Professor Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research, Mumbai, and ex-member of Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister of India. Ma'am, may we now hear your address, please? Ashima ma'am, we are unable to hear you. Sorry ma'am, we are unable to hear you.
Can you hear now?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. Shri Chakrabarti, Shri Hajara, Shri Krishna, Shri Meena, Shri Kumar, and delegates and participants. I thank.
Ma'am, you have to speak up. You have to speak up.
I thank Ravi Day and Shri Hajara for the invitation. And, you know, being on the Monetary Policy Committee, suddenly I sort of got to know a lot about the logistics sector. It was sort of a black box before that. We are paying a lot of attention to what happens to container and freight costs, and the way the world logistics system just collapsed, but also the kind of efficiencies that were built in with just in time, etc. So India should not be hostage to these world trends. We have our own shipping industry. So the question was, can domestic industry substitute when global shipping is in trouble? But the logistics industry here also was disrupted. And this is an opportunity to reimagine and go for much more efficient logistics in India also. So I was really happy to hear of some of the policy initiatives and actions taken in our ports and with Gati Shakti from the earlier speakers. In particular, in India, the logistics costs account for there's a recent study which shows 14% of GDP. Now, this is only 7%, the global average. So there is a lot that we can do, many ways in which we can improve. And from the point of view of watching inflation, this will also reduce costs and inflation. So it's very relevant for us in the MPC. And this is a major bottleneck for India's participation in global supply chains. Now there is a focus on inviting FDIs coming in as they diversify from China. So there will be a huge call on the shipping industry to provide efficient transport, reduce costs, because then we can finally get an opportunity to do large-scale labor-intensive manufacturing and create a lot of jobs. You know, but when we say logistics, we talk about various aspects, building ports and their management and so on. But I think efficiency is much more than all of that. You know, since I've been in government committees for a long time, I used to always travel by Indian Airlines. That was a requirement. Once I was reading the current then MD had written in the in-flight magazine that we don't regard being 10 minutes late as being late. Now that the Tatas have taken over Air India again, I was reading about the kind of instructions they are giving, and for their crew, for example, they are specifying what sort of snacks you can have before a flight, because how much time it takes. So, paying attention to many, many small aspects, that is what creates an efficient logistics. So this kind of attention to detail, I was happy to hear details on Gati Shakti and how it plans to decrease logistics costs in India by 3 to 5%. And the emphasis on multimodal transport. So waterways, inland waterways that have been neglected will be given more attention. And as economists, we recognize that why is it that this distortion came in India? Why is it that roads play a much larger role than other modes of transport, although it is inefficient? Apart from actual costs, also indirect costs for the environment, pollution, it was because of those diesel subsidies, that made rail transport and cross subsidization of passenger compared to. So these kind of distortions are being corrected with a realization that what are the results of this, how that has added to transport costs. Now, again, there was a mention of the budget and the allocation for states, the 50-year interest-free loan. But here, again, as I say, for logistics to improve, every stakeholder has to contribute, because we know that there are tensions between the center and the states. And we are hearing a lot of that this loan will actually tie states to the center, etc., etc. So, and some states will not want to take the loan, will not want to use this money. So this is a role that organizations like BICI, like the stakeholders, the shipping organizations, have to sort of demand that this money is used. It's used to improve port infrastructure, etc. So, so this coordination is required between the center, states, shareholders. One of the issues that the government is focusing on is this PPP, the appropriate type of private-public participation. There are some things the private sector does better. There's some things, the kind of risks that the private sector can't take, the government takes. So this landlord model, for example, the government builds ports and then they are run by the private sector and run much more efficiently. And other aspects that, other types of PPP, monetizing some assets and so on. So I like to say that in India, we are perhaps moving to, earlier we had what was called import substitution, which led to a lot of inefficiencies. So today we are encouraging exports, the PLI scheme and other schemes, but it is what I call export competition, because this is for a short period of time. It is to build the infrastructure, the economies of scale, so that industry becomes competitive and they are internationally competitive. And this can work without special subsidies and special tax concessions. So the shipping industry has a major role to play in actually achieving all of this. So another reason, apart from the government push, that we might see this happen is really the role of technology as a facilitator. Again, as one speaker was saying, that digitization has received a big push in these COVID times. And this is a major way in which the required coordination between industry and stakeholders and government can come about. We heard details about how special portals which will improve coordination across ministries. The same way the coordination between center and state, between state and cities, the delegation to third tier, to private organizations. And this will happen if these organizations raise their voice and demand these sort of things, and also create the infrastructure that enables coordination. Then these days, another thing which is very much in the news is cryptos. We've been hearing a lot about this in the MPC also, and generally in the media with the new law coming in. But blockchain technology, I was happy to hear that the ports, you don't need to come there to deliver or collect cargo. That paperwork is simplified. But blockchains allow this because they allow decentralized verification. So it's much faster, much less signing. It's reliable. That's a big way in which shipping can reduce the kind of paperwork involved. So all of this and other general global standards, cleanliness, the swachhta, the emphasis on that, on safety. Here, it has to be the organizations, the stakeholders, the states, all have to participate and contribute, and then we can see tremendous improvement. And I look forward to your industry, to this conference, the ideas that come from there, really coming out with suggestions that are going to reduce the cost of doing business in India, to reduce logistics cost and reduce inflation, allowing us to focus on growth and not on tightening to reduce inflation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really wonderful. May we now request the mentor of the Shipping and Logistics Committee, Captain S.B. Mazumdar, to deliver a formal vote of thanks on behalf of the Shipping and Logistics Committee.
A very good morning to everyone, especially to our chief guest, distinguished panelists, eminent speakers of the conclave, valued delegates, members of the media. It is my privilege and honor to give the vote of thanks. We're extremely grateful to Sri Gopal Krishna, whom Captain Ravi Dey has brought in at the last moment with no notice, literally. Thank you, sir. Sri Amritlal Meena, Mr. Ved Kumar, and Dr. Ashima Goyal. Thank you very much, because the various issues that you all came out with and the proposals of what has happened of late in the development of shipping and logistics and what we expect in the future is definitely of value to everyone. And I'm sure that in years to come, once all these developments have taken place, we are definitely going to see a very vibrant country, especially in ports and logistics. I have one issue over here which everybody knows, and that needs the government's attention a bit more, which I'm sure it is being done. We all talk about the huge traffic going on railways and roadways with neglect in the waterways. But it's a pleasure to see that there's a lot of development taking place in the inland waterways, especially in the eastern region now with NW1 and 2. But apart from a bit of a mindset in the shift from road and railways to waterways, the issue also comes down to this important point which I wish to highlight, is the last mile connectivity approaches to the various terminals of the inland waterways is very much lacking. And hence, the first question that comes up when somebody comes up and they say, I don't mind shifting to the waterways, but then how do I, once it lands up at the terminal, from there, what is the infrastructure? The roads are not ready. There are no cranes available outside. What do I do? So this is one area, sir, which I feel needs to be looked into on priority, which I'm sure it is being done. After all, as our chairman and everybody has always said, that inland waterways has been neglected over the last several years. But definitely, the last couple of years, there's so much of development taking place and thrust by the government, especially in the northeast region, which connects Calcutta, which is the hub of the eastern region, to the northeast. So I'm sure this will receive the attention of the government authorities. And as it has been discussed by all, the logistics ecosystem plays a key role in driving the economy of the country. There's no doubt about that. We're all aware of it. And it is already on the right track. An efficient, effective, robust logistics system can have a domino effect also on the socio-economic growth of the region. India has a vast coastline, 7,500 kilometers. And over the last couple of years, it's indeed wonderful to see that many people have come into the coast on coastal shipping, not only by break bulk and bulk vessels, but also the containers. Even though many of the break bulk and bulk cargo movements from west coast to east coast was a one-way traffic, but it is working out reasonably well. And I'm sure we have this also in the future, which is going to grow, which will invite many other private players to get into this sector. Another thing I think which needs to be highlighted, and everybody knows about it, it is that it's unfortunate that we all know that entire traffic, majority of the traffic in the world, especially the retail sectors, are containerized now because it is a door-to-door concept, just-in-time deliveries, etc. Apart from the delays that are taking place now in the last 2 years due to the pandemic. But before the pandemic, the deliveries of these containers were absolutely on the dot, literally hour to hour and day to day. Our Indian ship owners need to come into this sector. Shipping Corporation, no doubt, is there, but I think they are not at all anywhere near what our national shipping line should be. I think they need to develop a large container service with much more ships to reduce the transfer of goods to foreign lines so much, though of course they'll never be able to catch up and we all need them. But simultaneously, I think SCI and other private players need to get into this sector for developing container shipping. With these few words, I would like to once again thank all partners of the conclave, the Shipping and Logistics Committee members and the BCCI staff who have put in a lot of work to arrange today's conclave. And also, I must thank our sponsors, without whom we could never have been able to make this a success. Thank you all, and I hand it over to Shukran.
Thank you so much, sir. We would now end with the inaugural session here, but would request all our viewers, participants to come back and join us at the technical session 1, which is on upcoming projects in shipping and logistics with emphasis on the Bay of Bengal region. We will start sharp at 12 noon. We have extremely interesting panel with very eminent speaker and session chair. The session chairperson of the next committee will be Mr. Ashutosh Jaiswal, who is the co-chairperson of Shipping and Logistics Committee of the Bengal Chamber and also the President, International Business Division and Logistics Century Ply Boards India Limited. We have a very interesting presentation on Greenfield Port Development in Eastern part of India by Captain Mohit Chaturvedi, Head India Container Sales, Business Development, Adani Ports and Says. Presentation on Paradip Port to be given by Mr. Bijoy Kumar Joshi, CEO, Kalinga International Coal Terminal Paradip Private Limited. And we will have a special presentation on comparison of East and West Coast ports and challenges in development of ports in East Coast of India by Mr. Devdatta Bose, Group Sector Head, Ports and Harbours, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. We request you all to please join us again at 12 noon. Thank you.
When trade is at its best, it's when you never have to think about it. when it's so convenient it almost feels invisible. Trade is at its best when it makes getting something, no matter how big or small, from one place to another, feel like handing it over with your own hands. Making the world flow better. A way to make another country feel like next door. To make a stranger feel like a neighbor. To change what's possible for everyone. For us, trade isn't about running ports. It's about opening portals. Portals to millions of people, but also to a better future.
Cargo's Logistics by DP World is an end-to-end digital logistics platform designed to meet all your logistics needs. Receive instant quotes online and book your freight in 3 easy steps. Simply enter the pickup location and port of destination, quantity, and container type, and we instantly provide the best freight rates from across sea, road, or rail. Cargo's Logistics aims to address complexities and inefficiencies that exist in global supply chains. The new digital platform eliminates manual interference and provides great end-to-end digital experience. Cargo's Logistics simplifies the cargo booking process while enabling seamless, safe, secure, and highly efficient movement of freight. We provide instant quotes, an all-inclusive price, multimodal logistics options, multiple secure payment options, and swift booking confirmation. Businesses benefit from advanced tracking of cargo, providing real-time insights, end-to-end visibility, and predictability. All backed by DP World's extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service levels. To learn more about how Cargo's Logistics can help your business and meet your shipping and logistics needs, visit our website.
Logistics links enterprise worldwide. It feeds businesses, shapes industry, and fuels economy. Efficient logistics management helps create value. Welcome to Century CFS near Kolkata Port in India. Strategically located within 3 kilometers from the Kolkata Port with adjacent rail tracks and road connectivity. We are the first private enterprise in this sector in Eastern India. We ensure that your goods are safely, securely, and smartly handled. We are an integrated logistics management hub consisting of 2 adjacent container freight stations, that of JJP and Sonai. Paved terminals, hard stand area of 78,150 square meters at JJP and 22,096 square meters at Sonai. 24/7 servicing, dock operations and logistics support for worldwide shipping clientele since 2008. Presented by Century Ply, a leading group with a divergent business portfolio ranging from ply, veneers, laminates, cement, ferroalloys, power generation, to logistics management and container freight stations. We are the leading CFS operator in Kolkata. Our accreditations cover ISO 9001-2008 and OSAS. We are the only CFS in Eastern India to be CTPAT compliant. Century CFS has a capacity to handle more than 140,000 TEUs per annum. We handle all types of containers and cargo, hazardous cargo and odd or over dimension cargo, break bulk or project cargo handling and cargo consolidation. Fully computerized reporting systems with online tracking of containers. Our own fleet consists of 100 trailers, 7 reach stackers, 15 forklifts, 2 hydra and 2 yard cleaning machines. Round-the-clock special security, monitoring, checks and surveillance. Modern firefighting systems cover the entire yards. Customs and EDI systems at our CFS offer a hassle-free and single window clearance service to importers and exporters at our premises. Training and skill development are an integral and continuous process at Century CFS, ably supported by our highly motivated team. It is this focus that has won us numerous awards and accolades. At Century CFS, logistics management is fast, cost-effective, hassle-free, safe, secure, efficient and tracked, working every day to deliver the best. Century CFS, Sarvada Sarvottam, the best always.
Do you know when trade is at its best? It's when you never have to think about it. When it's so convenient, it almost feels invisible. Trade is at its best when it makes getting something, no matter how big or small, from one place to another, feel like handing it over with your own hands. Making the world flow better. A way to make another country feel like next door. To make a stranger feel like a neighbor. To change what's possible for everyone. For us, trade isn't about running ports. It's about opening portals. Portals to millions of people, but also to a better future.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group, offering a wide range of products, services and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge between steel mills and customers. Empowering communities and people. Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited. More than just a steel service center organization.
Cargo's Logistics by DP World is an end-to-end digital logistics platform designed to meet all your logistics needs. Receive instant quotes online and book your freight in 3 easy steps. Simply enter the pickup location and port of destination, quantity, and container type, and we instantly provide the best freight rates from across sea, road, or rail. Cargo's Logistics aims to address complexities and inefficiencies that exist in global supply chains. The new digital platform eliminates manual interference and provides great end-to-end digital experience. Cargo's Logistics simplifies the cargo booking process while enabling seamless, safe, secure, and highly efficient movement of freight. We provide instant quotes, an all-inclusive price, multimodal logistics options, multiple secure payment options, and swift booking confirmation. Businesses benefit from advanced tracking of cargo, providing real-time insights, end-to-end visibility, and predictability. All backed by DP World's extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service levels. To learn more about how Cargo's Logistics can help your business and meet your shipping and logistics needs, visit our website.
Great associations are formed for dynamic growth and to focus on enthralling success. TM International Logistics offers single-window end-to-end solutions for dry bulk, break bulk, and project cargo through diverse portfolio of services including port operations, shipping, freight forwarding, custom house agency, inland transportation, warehousing, maritime logistics services and rail logistics, and supply chain management. The diverse portfolio of TM International Logistics Services includes the entire range of cargo handling services at Kolkata, Haldia and Paradip ports. At Haldia Port, we have our own private terminal with world-class terminal management, Steve Doring and cargo handling facilities, along with an entire range of vessel agency services. TM International Logistics Limited is one of the largest private sector rail operators in India, operating high-capacity rakes in Pan-India. The unique last mile delivery backed up by state-of-the-art warehousing solutions are offerings that makes TM International Logistics a partner of choice across its network of operations. With offices in India, China, UAE and Germany, TM International Logistics offers freight forwarding for containerized air, project cargo exports and imports and shipping services through its subsidiaries, TKM Global Logistics and International Shipping and Logistics Services. We do business to improve the quality of life for the community we serve. TMILL has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around its areas of operations. At TM International Logistics, we live up to the Tata brand values, taking them as our inspiration, our guiding star. As long as the star of our inspiration guides us, TM International Logistics will continue to shine, leading the way, illuminating lives with its services.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group. Offering a wide range of products, services and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge between steel mills and customers. Empowering communities and people. Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited. More than just a steel service center organization.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first technical session, which is on upcoming projects in shipping and logistics with emphasis to Bay of Bengal region. The session chairperson of the session is Mr. Ashutosh Jaiswal, who is the co-chairperson of the Shipping and Logistics Committee of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He is also the President, International Business Division and Logistics, Century Plyboards India Limited. Along with him, the eminent speakers of the panels are Captain Mohit Chaturvedi, who is the Head India Container Sales, Business Development, Adani Ports and SEZ, Mr. Bijay Kumar Joshi, CEO, Kalinga International Coal Terminal Paradip Private Limited, and Mr. Devdatta Bose, Group Sector Head, Ports and Harbours, Tata Consulting Engineers Limited. Before we move to the session, I would request the chairperson of our committee, Mr. Shoboshachi Hajra, to say a few words regarding how we planned to begin with this session and how we drafted this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shukarna. As mentioned by all our speakers, infrastructure development, and particularly in this logistics sector, is absolutely vital to bring down the infrastructure cost. So that is why we decided to focus on the greenfield and brownfield infrastructure development in this region, and we are very happy that there are eminent speakers who have first-hand experience related to these upcoming projects are here with us to share their experience. And as we all know, in Indian economy today, the startups, the MSMEs, they play a very, very vital and nodal role. So I'm sure going forward, Indian economy will be greatly boosted through their contribution. I hand over the platform back to Shukarna, and I'm sure our co-chairperson and the convener for this particular session, Ashutosh Jaiswal, will brief you more on this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ashutosh sir, are you there? He's joining us shortly. Let us now move to our first presenter, Captain Mohit Chaturvedi, and we would have listened from him about greenfield port development in the eastern part of India. Mohit sir, we would request you to share your thoughts and presentation. Sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, hello everybody. Can you guys hear me, and am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, but I think your sound is echoing a bit.
Okay. Is it any better now?
It's better now. It's better now.
Okay. Let me try to share the screen. Just a moment. Is it possible for you guys to share the presentation, because I'm having some issues?
Okay, sir, we are trying from our end. I would request my colleague Amrita to please share the presentation. In the meantime, Mr. Ashutosh Jaiswal, the chairperson of this session, has already joined us. Welcome, sir, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you, Sukanya. Good afternoon, everyone, and especially the distinguished panelists, our colleagues, friends, and guests who have arrived. And I welcome you all for the 11th, I think so. Yeah, 11th annual Shipping and Logistic Conclave, organized by Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you. First of all, I must apologize for getting delayed in the traffic for about 5 minutes. And now I would like to take over and introduce our speakers. I think our first speaker was Srimati Vandana Yadav, IAS Secretary, Department of Industry and Commerce, Government of West Bengal, and Managing Director, WBIDC. The second speaker is Captain Mohit Chaturvedi, Head, India Container Sales, Business and Development, Adani Ports and SEZ. Third speaker would be Mr. Bijay Kumar Joshi, CEO, Kalinga International Coal Terminal, Paradeep Private Limited. And the final speaker would be Mr. Devdutt Bose, Group Sector Head, Ports and Harbors, Tata Consultancy Engineers Limited. So let us start. I think, are we starting with Srimati Vandana Yadav, Sukanya?
Sir, due to some preoccupation, and ma'am couldn't join us, but she has conveyed her best wishes. We have already invited Captain Mohit, and we have requested him to share his presentation. Captain Mohit, I think, is ready with his presentation.
Oh, that's great. That's great. So, Captain Mohit, let us start with your presentation. I think it is on the screen already.
Yes, Ashutosh. Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody.
Sorry, Captain, your voice is still, a lot of echo is there. So I think you'll have to take care of that.
Let me try to use without the AirPods.
Is it better now, or am I audible?
Yeah, better, definitely.
Okay. Maybe because of the AirPods it was. Yeah. So good afternoon, everybody, and as I'm already been introduced, so I'm working with Adani's, and I just have a small presentations whereby first I'll give you a brief idea about Adani in port and outside port, then the present infrastructure what we have in east coast of India, Bay of Bengal, and thirdly the greenfield and the brownfield projects which are under development and which will be coming very soon. So Amrita, can you change to the next slide, please? Yeah, so this is just a brief thing where we stand today. So as of now, we are the largest private port operators in India, largest container port operator with 36% of market share, largest private thermal power, largest airport operator with 8 airports coming in our profile, largest solar cell manufacturer, and largest CGD operator in 71 district. That is a city gas distribution. Amrita, next slide, please. Next one. Yeah, so this is what we do when it comes to the port and the logistic, where we have our expertise in transportation, be it be rail, road, inland waterway, air or coastal shipping. And we have facilities like logistic parks, warehouses, inland waterways, air cargo complex, seaports, and the other services, stuffing, de-stuffing, which can be done in our warehouses, cargo aggregation, custom clearance, and other value-added service which we give for the supply chain. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is our portfolio on east coast of India, whereby as of now we are having Kattupalli, Ennore, and Krishnapatnam up and running. Gangavaram and Dhamra coming very shortly. So Gangavaram, we are expected to start operation by June or July. The work is already in progress, and we are procuring gantries and everything. So by June, July we'll be starting, and thereafter the Dhamra will start, the infrastructure building up in Dhamra. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just to give you a Chennai cluster where we have Kattupalli and Ennore. So Kattupalli and Ennore both are located about 30 kilometers north of Chennai port, which is outside the city limit, and thereby having an advantage of non-congestion port. Ideal location to serving as alternate to Chennai port, since being outside city limits, it's convenient to operate there. The big players like Maersk and MSC has already moved out of Chennai, and we are facilitating them in Kattupalli and Ennore. And it is also the first choice for the auto customers. Next one, please. So the infrastructure there is in Kattupalli, we have key length of 701 meters, so 2 berth, 1.2 million TEUs, 5,000 ground slots, and 360 reefer plugs, key crane of 7-post Panamax key cranes, and rubber tire gantries 18, the RTG operations. Ennore, we have 400 meters of key length, 1 berth, draft 15 meters, 800,000 is the capacity, 4,000 TEUs ground slot, reefer plug about 150, 4 key cranes, and 12 RTGs for yard operations. So this is the advantage of Kattupalli and Ennore: excellent road connectivity, congestion-free approaches, 8-lane port gate complex for smooth inward-outward, connected to all 29 CFS in Chennai port, and about 60% of out of those CFSs are within 20 kilometers of the radius, so just making a transport a little bit convenient. Direct delivery from terminal for ACP and close proximity of industrial cluster. 24/7 service decks, And another point which we are which is not here, is that we have a rail connectivity till Ennore, and we are in talks with Indian Railways and Kamrajar Port to extend that to Kattupalli, whereby we will have rail connectivity from Kattupalli as well as Ennore. Next slide. So Krishnapatnam is again it's north of Chennai, national gateway for South Andhra. So it is just between Vizag and Chennai, if we can put. So it can cater to both the markets. So there is a potential to get, other than South Andhra, we can also cater to Vizag cargo if needed be, as well as Chennai cargo if required. Next slide, please. So infrastructure in Krishnapatnam, we have about 650 meters of quay length, 1.2 million TEUs. Ground slot 4,600, 5 key cranes and 9 RTGs we have for operation. So we can berth 2 vessels at one time, and be a main line and a feeder vessel. Next one, please. So this is expansion of East Coast, what we have seen from FY 0.05 million to 1.08 million in FY21. So this is a gradual and continuous growth which we are experiencing in East Coast. Next slide, please. So yeah, now coming to the new project, the first one is Gangavaram, which is located south of Vizag city. And again, same like Ennore and Kattupalli, the advantage is that Gangavaram is outside the city limits, whereby it has an advantage of congestion-free to and fro movement. It is ideally located to cater Vizag cargo, Odisha cargo, Chhattisgarh and Nepal. All operations will be under single authority, marine and terminal. So it will be again 100% privatized operation, what we'll be having there, similar to Kattupalli, now what we are having. Next slide to show the infrastructure, please. Yeah, so this is the infrastructure that we are building. 337 this is the phase 1, and basis the demand and future progress, we'll see to extend that. So presently it will be 337 meters quay length, 15 meter draft, 500,000 capacity, ground slot of 3350 with 350 reefer plugs, 3 Panamax cranes for 22 across reach, and 9 RTGs to start with in phase 1, which we are expected to commence by June or latest by July 2022. Next slide, please. So these are the connectivity advantages of Gangavaram. Seamless road connectivity by 4-lane expressway. Rail connectivity has been already established. We have a container scanner. Dedicated on-dock rail connectivity for container cargo. On-dock CFS warehouses will be there. Empty depot with MNR operations will be there. And terminal operating system will be IPOS in line with other Adani terminals. So it will be a uniform operating terminal across the pan Adani terminals. Next slide, please. This is Dhamra, which will be again a greenfield project coming up very soon. So located 120 nautical miles south of Calcutta. Natural gateway for Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, West Bengal due to close proximity, where it might also be able to attract Nepal cargo. So between Gangavaram and Dhamra, I think Nepal cargo will have a good option or good choice to make. An ideal port to serve as alternate Kolkata port, wrapping with draft, limitation and congestion. So other than being Odisha and Nepal, it can also cater to West Bengal cargo, whereby we see that Calcutta nowadays, especially in winters, where we see a lot of congestion, falling draft and vessel schedules getting haywire. So this port, we can have a schedule integrity with in line of all the major ports. Next one, please. So this is the Dhamra and Gangavaram Krishnapatnam connectivity. So Gangavaram container terminal will serve North Andhra, Odisha market and will also connect Nepal by rail, which will be a big advantage, whereby we see that today, a lot of Nepal rail cargo is getting stuck in India. Dhamra container terminal is poised to be a hub in Bay of Bengal, considering natural draft. So it's a deep draft infrastructure will be there, so that we can get the big mainline vessels there. It can be connected to small ports like Calcutta, Haldia, and even Yangon and Chittagong if required be through feeder services. So it can be looked as a transshipment hub as well. And Dhamra is also poised to serve Odisha, Nepal hinterlands as well. Next, please. So that was all from my side. I hope I was not too fast, because I just wanted to brush this up with maximum information which I could give.
No, thank you, Captain Mohit. It was a great information which you have shared, and we would take the question and answer session at the last, I think so, right? So, Kanya?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, in the meantime, the presentation which has been given by Captain Mohit was quite elaborate, quite informative, and we would like to hear from Mr. Vijay Kumar Joshi, CEO Kalinga International Coal Terminal, Paradip Private Limited.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairperson Jaiswal sir, eminent panelists, Captain Mohit Chaturvedi, Mr. Bose, distinguished logistics and shipping professionals attending the conclave on physical or virtual mode, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and particularly to its Shipping and Logistics Committee. Special thanks to Mr. Shantanu Verma for connecting me to this August organization and today's conclave. Although I have worked for about more than 41 years in steel initially and then railways, I must admit that it is a daunting task. As an insider of shipping industry now for the first time, to talk about shipping and logistics in presence of doyens like Mr. Hajra, Captain Mazumdar, Mr. Jaiswal, and all of you. We have heard a lot about the Gati Shakti and other policies of the government to encourage shipping and to bring down the logistics cost. It will be really a boon if the logistics costs are brought down, not only time-wise, but also money-wise, to be competitive for our nation in the global markets. We are meeting in the backdrop of a tense world today in view of the Ukraine situation. Global markets are going southwards and our own Sensex has gone berserk. In this scenario, it feels good that we are talking of progress and new developments in the field of shipping and logistics in our own area. We also must keep in view that we in the eastern sector have a lot of catching up to do vis-a-vis western and southern sectors. So it gives us a happy feeling to be part of the current ecosystem when new options are coming up, new infrastructures are being developed. Earlier, the choice on the eastern port side was very limited. Hinterland from industries from Bihar or Bengal and beyond, they were looking up options beyond Haldia for obvious reasons of draft and all. They had to go all the way to Visakhapatnam port. Now, apart from the major ports of Calcutta dock system, Paradip and Vizag, we already have the ports like Gangavaram, Gopalpur and Dhamra, which are working, and upcoming ports like Subarnarekha and Tajpur. Simultaneously, we also have terminals within the major ports on PPP modes, which are giving a wider choice to the customers for planning their logistics and shipping planning. Therefore, I'm very happy to present before you as a new entrant to the block, the terminal that is being developed under PPP mode. Concession agreement is with the Paradip port under BOT, and we have just started with the first shipment about 3-4 days back. So I'm very happy to introduce the newest entrant to this basket, which is called the Kalinga International Coal Terminal, which is inside the Paradip port. With your permission, I'll share some presentations. Yeah. So this is, as I said, under the concession agreement of Paradip Port. So I'll talk about Paradip for some time, and then I'll go over to my terminal. As we are all aware, Paradip is strategically located almost in the middle of the eastern coast, about 210 nautical miles from Kolkata and 260 from Vizag port. These are the major ports. In between, of course, Gopalpur, upcoming Astarang, Dhamra, and Subarnarekha and Tajpur, which are the new prospective additions. Paradip port reached more than 100 million ton, mainly in bulk and oil cargo in 2017-18. It has been steadily increasing its output, and this year they have already surpassed 100 million ton last week itself. So in the financial year, they will do much more than last year. In the process of adding capacity for handling more traffic, what has been done in Paradip Port is that one container terminal with white clean cargo was added sometime in 2019, which is being run by PICTPL, basically container and also the clean cargo, white cargo. Then JSW, they have developed an iron ore terminal, which is outbound iron ore only, which will be a deep draft, Cape size handling capacity of only iron ore cargo. Then the JSW, another wing, also is developing a coal terminal, which will be basically coal coming from Talcher and other coal fields, and with the scope of coastal shipping. This terminal is also getting commissioned now. I think all the trials are there and will be there. In these three terminals, they have already added about 25 million ton of capacity. The next terminal to come will be the Kalinga International Coal Terminal with 10 million ton, and our terminal will be dealing with only imported coal. There is no outbound traffic, only imported coal, which will be going mainly to the steel plants, but also to any other customers. And thereafter, the Paradip Port has plans to develop another multi-purpose berth of 25 MTPA, for which the RFP is being finalized, and that will add tremendously to the capacity. And in the scope of this terminal, there is not only development of the berth and other handling capacity, but also deepening of the channel. Now, to cater to all these developments inside Paradip Port, Paradip Port authorities have also taken up under the Gati Shakti widening of the road connectivity from iron ore belt and from Cuttack side both. Similarly, so far as railways are concerned, till some time back there was only one connectivity to Paradip Port from Cuttack. Now the new line has been opened, which is this one, which is the Hardaspur Paradip new line. This will shorten the distance coming from Calcutta side. This is from Calcutta side. One need not go all the way to Cuttack to access Paradip. One can take a direct route from here. Also the iron ore belt. This is the iron ore belt and all the iron ore traffic coming from this side or this side. That will be directly accessing Paradip on this new line. There is also a link which is being proposed from the new line to the old line, so that there is flexibility of not only the inward cargo coming from there, but also outward cargo being evicted from Paradip, taking this route, joining the new line. This is an actual picture of the Haridaspur Paradip new line, which has been commissioned recently and which will ease the traffic congestions in Cuttack Paradip line. Now coming to specifically to this terminal which is being developed. Inside the Paradip Port, this was the turning circle. With the new berths coming up, this is the iron ore berth which has already been developed by GSW. with 16.1 meter of draft. This is the new turning cycle which has been developed so that this iron ore terminal and the Kalinga terminal, which will be catering to only imported coal. This berth phase will have 16.1 meter draft eventually. Presently, it is 14.5 only. And as I said, in the scope of the western dock, which is being developed, they will be also deepening the channel further. And the port will be deepening this entrance to these two berths, which are capable of handling Cape-sized vessels. So presently, Paradip Port is having about 17 berths plus 3 SPMs and 1 Ro-Ro jetty. And our berth, these 2 berths will be added. This is roughly again the Google picture of the berths. This is the iron ore berth, which is already functional. This is the coal berth, which we are commissioning. And this is a stack here. This is the new the loading point. Presently, if many of you who are familiar with Paradip, you will find that there is already a bulb, which is called the RRS or the ADB bulb, where the coal from Talcher area is getting unloaded, and this goes to the berths and getting loaded. Now, this BOT line is actually an outer bulb. This is an outer bulb where here the coal terminal is there, only with hopper unloading facility. This is the iron ore terminal where the incoming iron ore will get tipped. So this has only the facility of the open wagons of the railways for tippling. This is for bottom discharge, and the same bulb goes round and covers the distance coming to our terminal, which will be the loading silos here, and thereafter it goes and joins the Paradip entrance. This is the schematic diagram of the terminal that being developed by us. This is the berth, belts, these 6 deck gears, and then each of these deck gear is capable of connecting through the belts to the loading systems, which are 2 in number. This was the state of the ground when we took over sometime in 2018 for development of the berth. This is a joint venture which is developing this terminal, joint venture of the Kakinada Seaports Limited, who are already running Kakinada Port, and they are based out of Hyderabad. Shipping services are very well-known name in the stevedoring and shipping service. They are the vessel owners also, operating out of Singapore, but their main office is in Visakhapatnam. Messrs. Ripley and Company Stevedoring Limited were part of the very well-known and distinguished company based in Calcutta, that is DC Bose Company. The Ripley's, they are already running ISPHL in Haldia, and Ripley's and Bothra jointly, they are also running a barge terminal therefore, all the 3 partners are eminently knowledgeable about the shipping industry. They have experience, and they have joined hands to develop this terminal with the concession agreement, which was signed in August 2017. The concession was awarded in April 18, and the time starts from there, 30 years the concession period, with revenue sharing, of course, with Paradip Port. We have received the provisional commissioning certificate. That means the portion which has been completed already. Independent engineer, that is RITES, they have given permission in October. So we tried our first vessel in October. Thereafter, all the statutory notifications like railways, customs, trade circular are in place. This trade circular, which has been issued by the Paradip Port, is interim in the sense the present draft is 14.5, which for the concession agreement will go to 16.1 maybe within a few days, and therefore there will be a revised trade circular. The loading system of railways has been designed with pre-weighment of the silo itself. Therefore, there is no need for an additional weighbridge, railway weighbridge or any private weighbridge thereafter. While the rake is getting loaded, the weighment will be there, and that weighment will be captured by the railway's hoist system, freight operation integrated phase operating system. So, and that will reflect in the RR. Now, terminal capacity as per RA is 10 million ton with the 370 meters length of draft, 24-meter wide. Presently the design vessel is 125 on high tide. Of course, iron ore berth has already taken a vessel which is larger than this. Then we will have cargo of only coal. The ship unloading is 5,500 TPS for each SUL, ship unloaders. We have two, and the rake dispatch rate is 4,500. That means one rake of 59 box and wagon, about 4,000, can be loaded in about an hour. And therefore, we hope to achieve ultimately about 12 rakes or so from this side. In the vessel discharge system, we have the two ship unloaders, each with 2750 TPH, reclaimers 3, stacking capacity is 5,500 each, and reclaiming 4,500 each. In the rail dispatch system, we have two rapid loading systems. As I said, around 1 hour loading time, and two rakes can be loaded simultaneously with preload payment system, which has been recently accepted by the railways as the load which will be reflected in the railway. These are the facilities which have already been commissioned. One ship unloader, two stacker reclaimers, conveyor belts complementing to this, one rapid loading system, and of course the stackyard, which is presently about 80,000 square meter, but ultimately it will be 160,000 square meter when we fully develop. And the first fully loaded vessel of the Tatas that was unloaded only on 22nd with 81,000 metric ton of coking coal. The other facilities to complete this system will be in place from time to time, and we hope to complete everything by 31st of March, including the dredging and everything. And also the electrification work, that is the railway siding, so that the railway's engine can stop for about an hour and take the cargo. And there is no need of separate engines coming and turning of rakes. That also is in place and to be commissioned in a day. These are some of the actual photographs, two SULs. These are the stackers reclaimers, various belts. These are our rapid loading system. This is already commissioned and functional. This is under the construction. Is by March, before March we will. This entire system is mechanized and controlled from the central control that is. This is the first vessel that we took only recently on account of the Tata Steel. Yeah, and this is the actually the actual picture of the first grab going into the vessel. And obviously, since it was the first grab, it has there has been extra cautionary efforts on the part of the operator. This is how the coal from the unloaders and the hoppers, they are flowing to the stockyard. And of course, this is the coal flowing onto the stockyards to the reclaimers. And this is how we'll be doing the loading. Entirely mechanized, and each wagon will take about a minute or so for actual loading. So we are very happy to be contributing not only to the volume, but also to the quality and productivity in the shipping and logistics industry. And we look forward to interacting with you more often. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. You had a very elaborate presentation, and with respect to Paradip Port, with respect to your terminal, and with respect to how you would be handling and efficiently, and not only efficiently, but your entire team would be working from behind and controlling the entire operation. It's very great to know. Thank you very much. Please stay with us for the question and answer session. We now move ahead to Mr. Devdatta Basu, Group Head, Ports and Harbors, Tata Consultancy Services, Tata Consultancy Engineers, sorry. And we would like to hear from them as to what they have been contributing in the East, especially in the Bay of Bengal, and their upcoming projects in the East. Over to Mr. Devdatta Basu.
Thank you. Are you sharing the presentation?
Yeah. I think it's already there.
Amrita, are you sharing the presentation or shall I share?
Yes, Mr. Bose, we are sharing the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to a presentation. I have been given the topic today on comparison of West Coast and East Coast, the challenges in development of the ports in the East Coast. So from the morning, we have been on the land side connectivity operations. Now I'll be taking you more into the, what you call the water part, the challenges what we face there. Next, please. To bring in it, I'll give a overall what's happening in the Indian port sector. Next. So these are the major ports what we have in the East and the West. So everybody knows that, and we are about 2,500 capacity million tons, and our target by 2025, as you know, we need to reach this target of 2,500 million tons to be handled. So to do this, we need a capacity of 3,500. And our next, please, what we are handling today is about in the tune of 1,350. So there was a dip in 2020-21, and now we are coming back to the levels of 2019-20 again. Next. So now coming to this East Coast, there are dots of ports, the Tuticorin, go onwards, we move to Chennai, Visakhapatnam, Paradip, then in between we have Gangavaram, Dhamra, Haldia, and then Calcutta. Next, please. Now I'll go specifically one by one with the layouts, how these East Coast ports were planned and how to plan a greenfield port in East Coast. That will be the main focus out here. Next, please. So if you see VOCPT, here the littoral drift is almost nil. And this port has a maintenance dredging quantity of very small quantity. The entrance channel is about 7 kilometers, huge north breakwaters and south breakwaters, about 4 and 3 kilometers. Next, please. The traffic handled here are, as you know, we have seen that there has been a decrease in fuel traffic. FRM is almost, there is a decrease compared to coal, there has been a decrease. But we have seen that the containers have increased here in the south. Next, please. So VOC port, we are seeing that the export-import transshipment details also given in this picture, what is happening there. So VOC port is also strategically located and all the shipping lines are quite close to it. And if you see, we have Vizhinjam, Cochin on the other side, Tuticorin on this side. It's a very strategic location for India where this VOC port is located. Next. Chennai port is a very interesting port. I'll come to this later on, when Chennai port was built and how the drift got attracted to it. The maintenance dredging quantity is 1.31, eastern breakwater is 1.13, and the northern breakwater is 0.5. Then there is the outer breakwater of these lengths, and the approach channel is about 7 kilometers. Next, please. So these are the traffic handled. Next, please. We have about just north of Chennai, we have Ennore port. Here we are observing a few things, that although the channel length is slightly smaller than but the orientation is exactly opposite to the Chennai port entrance. Why it is so and what will happen in future, I'll speak to it on the later on the maintenance dredging volume is about 1 million, and already we have observed that in Ennore port there has been a beach formation on the south about 300 meters. That beach was not there earlier. These reasons why it is happening, I'll come to it later on. So these are the traffic which is happening in Ennore port. Next. Very interesting port is a Visakhapatnam port, where we have an offshore breakwater which have been done by sunken ship. The ship was sunk. If you see the breakwater there, it was sunk there, and then the breakwater was made over it. Also, we have just commissioned, as you asked Ashutoshji, what work we have been doing on the East Coast. We have just commissioned this container terminal for JM Bakshi and Vizag port on 4th of February as an extension to the container terminal. And this port, you will find the container terminal cargo from Nepal is coming directly by rails to here. Why it is coming, I'll speak on it a little bit later on. Next, please. We have Paradip. I'll skip this because the gentleman just before has spoken a lot on Paradip. Next, please. But notice one thing, as we go up, the maintenance dredging quantity is increasing. So the question to the forum is, why this maintenance dredging quantity is increasing as we are going northwards in the East Coast? So this is one of the points which we have to consider when we have to really develop a greenfield port in East Coast. This very interesting port is Gangavaram port, where the entire northerly drift from north to south, the littoral drift which is happening on East Coast is being passed on. And if you see, the coastline on the south breakwater is just giving a hand to it. I really like this port layout, which I feel is having the least maintenance dredging out of most of the ports, and is going to very deep waters at very near contour locations, almost about minus 21 meters. Next, please. We have Kolkata port, then Paradip and all, then Kolkata, where it has been located in the British era. It's a riverine port where we have hardly 6 to 7 meters draft, but it is serving the nerve of West Bengal. Now here, what is happening is you have to go up the sand heads, and naturally these channels are sometimes opening. It's either Auckland or the Kulfi or the Rongofala channel. So very interesting is the entire East Coast drift is moving from Paradip after that and forming this Gangetic Delta where the estuarine formation is happening. So here it's a long approach channel. Next, please. Now comparison of East and West Coast ports. Mainly the traffic comparison I'll be doing first. Next. Next. These are the data which we have enumerated on the entrance channel length of different ports in East Coast and West Coast. So we have about in Kolkata, Paradip, and Visakhapatnam, the channel lengths and all. Next. Ennore, Chennai, Tuticorin. Next. And in West Coast, if you see, except for JNPT, which I don't take it as it's a port in the creek, you can say, with a 33-kilometer long channel. But otherwise, the length of the channels is a self-attenuating channel in New Mangalore port, and in Marmongao it is about 5 kilometers, and in Cochin also about 10.5. So entrance channel length, there is not much difference. But what is happening is, as you go upper in the east, the channel length is increasing. Next. These are the maintenance dredging comparison quantities of West Coast and East Coast. Next, please. What we find is total maintenance dredging is 23.89 at a cost of 512 crores in the East Coast. Whereas in the West Coast, next please, it is about 55 and the cost is about 303, it is about 398 crores. Next please. Now traffic handled in the East Coast and West Coast for the major ports. This is a very interesting slide where it is giving that the western states are handling about 12.2 million TEUs of container cargo, whereas eastern states are handling only 1.2 million, which is 1/10. Whereas southern states are handling 1/3 of the western states, which is about 4.1 million tons of cargo. So what is coming out from this is East is lagging in containers, but East is strong in bulk because most of the mines and all are located on this zone. And it is moving on through coastal shipping to the western sides. But the container handling itself in India is so low. It is 17.5 million. Shanghai alone handles about 43 million. And the top 10 container ports in India, in world, handles about 250 million tons. So we are far, far ahead. And container is the index of development of a country. So once you containerize, that gives the real development picture. So this is the area where we need to focus a lot and see that the containers market is increasing. That can move only when we are logistically the lowest. As you know, our logistic cost is 14 to 15%, which the government is targeting to bring it to 8 to 9%. Next, please. So this we have already discussed. Again, we are discussing on West Coast and East Coast. What is the trend in container market? Next, please. These are the top container terminals in West Coast. And what we find is in this period, we had growth only in Kandla and Mundra. That means even if you are seeing that the West Coast is good, the major chunk growth is happening in Kandla and Mundra, that is Gujarat belt. And off late JNPT is moving up from 4.3 to about 5 million. But ultimately, I feel that one state, because of its good maritime policy, is going very fast on this containerization move. Next. On the East Coast, what we see, there is incremental jump in Tuticorin and some jump in Ennore and some jump, rather decrease has happened in Visakhapatnam. Next, please. This is again the comparison of the bulk on East Coast and West Coast. Next, please. Next. Now, next, please. This is a pictorial picture of what is happening. So what we are seeing is on East Coast, it's dry bulk and is more. It is about 27%. Container is only 11%. This is only for the major ports I'm telling. Next, please. Whereas in the West Coast, what we are finding containers is much more and fuel is substantial quantity. Next. Now, what are the challenges of developing a port in East Coast? There is a phenomenon called littoral drift. Whenever you stand on the sea coast, you will find either the sand is moving along the shore or towards you. This is happening because the coastline is at an angle and the wave hits and the sand is put into suspension and it moves along the coast. Next, please. Next. So what we see that in Indian coast from in the West Coast, the net littoral drift is nominal, but it is southward. But what is happening beyond Tamil Nadu and all, Chennai coast, it is very predominant and it is about 1 million per year and it is from south to north. And whenever we are planning a port, this is a very important phenomena which has to be taken care of. Next, please. I'll take this case study. This is a very important case study. When we go to Marina Beach, which is south of Chennai, if you see the rate at which this beach is growing is astonishingly scary. This is one of the greatest coastal engineering fallacy of the world. What is happening because of the south breakwater, the beach is increasing in its size. If you go north, initially the professors from IIT Chennai and people have dumped some thambas on the Tiruvottur side. So one day I was the chief engineer of New Mangalore Port that time. I called up Mr. Sundar, who is very close to me, and we both used to talk about coastal engineering a lot. So then myself and Mr. Sundar, when we were in the committee, we were telling that why not we put up groins there. What we find, when the IIT Chennai came out with the solution of these groins, it has really arrested the erosion on Tiruvottur. So the entire coastline from Chennai to Ennore, if you see on the north, the Ennore port is there, is stabilized now. But what is happening now, just south of Ennore, you will see that the beach formation has started happening. And in future, what will happen, can you go to the next slide, please? There will be further accretion and erosion downstream. So this is a phenomena which has to be taken into care whenever we are building a port on East Coast. Now coming to another phenomenon is cyclone. If you see cyclones in East Coast is 262 cyclones. Out of these 92 are very severe. Whereas in West Coast it is only 33. Next please. We have seen recent that in Digha what has happened, how severe it was. Some of the pictures have been brought in. So, when you are developing a port in East Coast, you have to tackle two things simultaneously. One is the cyclones. Second is the littoral drift. So, if you have a shore connected breakwater, or if you don't have a sand trap, you are into a problem. Because your cost of maintenance dredging and making the coast right. Because, today the port cannot say that the coast I don't own. You are the owner of the coast also. And each port, whenever you are developing a port, the entire effect of the coastline is yours. So as a member earlier, I am also a member of Niti Aayog. So we are talking very seriously on this issue, that what will be the limit of each port when it develops a new port and its impact. Because you can just not build two breakwaters and let the north side erode. So this is a very important aspect which we have taken into the planning and have a holistic port planning into it. So my special recommendation will be for the new ports like say Tajpur or Subarnarekha, what they are planning. But the good part, what is happening in ports like where we are involved in Bhawanpadu, which is in the south part of the river. Similarly for the Subarnarekha is coming south of the river. Once you make a port there, automatically the river mouth, because it gets eroded, so the river mouth is automatically opening up. So these are the things which we need to take into care when we are planning the port. Next, please. Next. So why East? Now the question is, if you see land bank availability in East is much more than the West. And today, there is an incremental cost, no doubt, in developing a port in East. But because of the land availability, it will be much easier to develop a port in East than in the West. Moreover, there are other reasons like, say, transshipment, which I am coming to it. Next, please. If you see, the current transshipment loss of India is about 1650, which is going to be threefold in next 5 years, about 5,000 crores. So a bundle of ports with deeper draft, like say Campbell Bay in Andamans, and then Vizag, Kanyakumari, and one of the port in East Coast, if it is developed as a dedicated container transshipment for neighboring countries like Burma and Bangladesh, that will be a game changer for India. Next, please. So the consideration for port location in East Coast is we have to look for availability of deeper draft contour closer to the coastline so that the approach channel length is optimized, and consequently the capital dredging and maintenance dredgings. Exposed coastline to be avoided, like Dhamra has done in the shelter of the Kanika sands. In case of exposed coastline, breakwater length has to be optimized. Unique concept like sunken ship breakwater as used in Vizag port has to be adopted. Port layout has to be finalized considering future expansion and final phase port traffic. Not that you make a port with say 25-30 million, small 2 breakwaters. No, it will not work. You have to think for the long term and have a plan of what you are going to achieve, because all these, the outer breakwater is much more important than the inner one in this East Coast especially. Now, the port layout has to be finalized considering future expansion and first final phase port traffic. Stability of the coastline, like littoral reef, which I have spoken, which is very predominant in East Coast. Hinterland industrial development, connectivity, last mile also of prime importance. Then land bank availability, and this becomes an attractive proposition for the maritime clusters around East Coast. East Coast has potential for development of transshipment hubs, and East Coast for cargoes like Myanmar and Bangladesh, as I said earlier. Next, please. Nepal cargo, very interesting study what we found. About 150,000, only 1 lakh is coming to Kolkata, and 50,000 boxes are directly coming to Vizag because they have direct rail connectivity and much more efficiently handled at Vizag. So, you know what is happening, which today our Dhamra colleague was telling Adani that they are also eyeing for this cargo. So, what is happening here? It is the efficiency of the port and the turnaround time, the faster and the connectivity, which will ensure that the survival of the port in future. Next, please. We have also international trade policies now, Bengal, Bay of Bengal initiatives, Karadan multipurpose initiatives. Then TC is also involved presently in developing the Ashuganj container terminal in Bangladesh as per India-Bangladesh Protocol Treaty. That will help India to get its cargo from Agartala and all as a direct delivery. Next, please. These are not in the agenda, but these are some of the projects which I have listed, which are coming irrespective of the West Coast and East Coast. Specifically, I'm speaking about the West Coast, East Coast today. The Bhawanpadu, there is a port coming up. We are the consulting engineers along with Inros Lackner PMC consultants. Vishwasamudra has been awarded. The L1 bidder and LOI has been issued. Ramanapadu Rights is the consultancy and PMC is ACOM. The contract has gone to Aurobindo Navayuga. But where they will get the traffic from is a big question, because they are dotted with ports now in Andhra Pradesh. There is also DPR going on for this Machilipatnam. Royal Asconic has been doing this. Next, please. The projects of the outer harbour already has been spoken, but outer harbour, because of project viability, has been held up. Next, please. There is a project of ship yard which is coming up at GREC. Already 3 parties have been shortlisted. AECOM, Asconic and TCA within Ross Lackner, and GREC will be opening the prize bid soon. Suvarnareka port, very near to Digha, Tata Steel is planning, and project management consultancy appointment evaluation is going on. Then there is detailed, it's a very good study which Calcutta Port has initiated. What they have done, they have demarcated the port land, then they have kept for land use, port land use, and then the colony land, how to monetize it. So this study master plan, we have already given our bids. Bids are under evaluation. First week of March, this will be opened. And obviously the Greenfield port at Tajpur, where the BOT operators have been invited, and second call in progress. Thank you, gentlemen. And these are some of the expansion projects which are there in MIV. I will not go into it. Those who are interested can go through it. Just skip those slides. Thank you.
Ashutosh sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. In fact, thank you, Mr. Bose, for a very elaborate and detailed presentation with respect to East Coast port building, comparing East Coast with West Coast also, and also your in-depth sharing of knowledge with respect to the littoral rift, which is very important, you said, with respect to ports coming in the East Coast, which people should take care. I have one small question to you. You being a coastal engineering, you have done coastal engineering and very knowledgeable, and you have been with you're still with Niti Aayog also. Calcutta has a perennial problem of draft, you know very well. And dredging is a huge cost to Calcutta port. Is there any way where the Calcutta draft can be improved significantly, at least to 8.5 meters, by not involving too much of dredging cost? Over to you.
Yeah, see, Calcutta, the beauty part of it is, if you see, there is a model which has been prepared by Dr. Per Broom, whose books we read. Under him, there is a professor called Ajay Mehta in University of Florida. When I was talking to him, he had a model where he had told that Calcutta port has to align itself to the natural flow of River Hooghly. So sometimes, as I told you, this Auckland Channel opens up, sometimes Lower Gillingham, sometimes Rongofola. So, you know, we have to see first is which channel is naturally opening up. Some spurs has to be given to divert the flow direction so that more flow is there and the flushing happens. Second is if we can innovate some sort of agitation dredging. You agitate the material and in ebb tides, it moves away to the sand heads. So those only optimization can be done to reduce the quantum of dredging.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, we have a question and answer session. So we would take the questions. Sukanya, have you received any questions with respect to our speakers as of now?
Sir, as of now, we have one stage.
Sorry.
Are there any plan of port to depute more floating train installation for unloading in coming times?
This question is to whom?
So the question has come from a guy from Mumbai, but it is an open question. It can be answered by anyone.
Okay. Okay. So what is the question? Can you come again, because your voice was echoing that time?
Yes, sir. It says Mr. Sanjay Khoon from Mumbai has asked this question. Are there any plan of port to depute more floating train installation for unloading in coming times?
Who would like to answer this question, please? I mean, we have Captain Mohit, we have Mr. Joshi, we have Mr. Bose. Because I think this question is directly related to the vicinity of the port. So I think the question should have been placed with our chairman.
Yeah. What I understand is already in Sandheads that handling is going on for Calcutta Port. But I think the best person to answer this is our chairman.
Yeah. So our chairman, is he there? No, or he has left?
Yes, so left.
Sir, are you talking about Hadra, sir?
No.
I'm talking about
Vineet.
Vineet sir has left, sir.
Vineet sir has left. Huh? So, okay, then in that case, you note down the question, we will place it to Vineet sir, and then it can be answered to the pertinent person accordingly, right? Any other question from
Ravi, sir? I would request sir to put up the mic.
Yeah.
Sir, if you can use this mic.
Good afternoon, Ashutosh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well.
Okay. This question is for Mr. Devdutt Bose. Mr. Bose, I am Captain Ravi Dey of Bengal Chamber.
Yeah.
You spoke very eloquently on container and bulk ports, but what I saw lacking in the sessions was oil, petrochemicals, edible oils, LPG and LNG. Port development in these fields. Now, recently I visited Bajbaj Port, and what I saw was extremely appalling. The port was almost in a state of destruction. Only floating pontoons, rusted floating pontoons, and safety standards were extremely poor. So what plans do you have for development of oil ports, including edible oils and also LNG and gas. That's one. Maybe also you can look at making a concrete jetty at Bajbaj to overcome the bow tide problems. The second thing which I wanted to raise here was a lot of edible oils coming to Bihar and UP are coming from Kandla port, via Kandla port. Why can we not develop a proper port in Bajbaj where they have 3 Indian oil major depots as well as a large edible oil refinery, Bajbaj refineries? Why cannot we develop this port and utilize it for our oil, petrochemicals, and edible oil shipments? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to say that in my presentation, actually, I have covered the entire traffic part of this, but I didn't stress upon it during my presentation. I would like to pass on this oil, what you're telling to Captain Mohit from Adani, because I understand why you are asking this, because East cargo should stay in the East. It is not only for oil cargo, it is also happening for container. If you see from the western part of Bihar, entire UP, all these cargoes are going to Mundra, JNPT, all these things. It is not coming to Kolkata at all. So why this is happening, I think I understand some reasons, but I would like to hear from the operators and the port operators like, say, Captain Mohit from Adani. What is their viewpoint on that?
Sir, actually, Mr. Mohit, I think is in between an important call which has come up suddenly. So we can get the answer from him over chat or over mail, and we send it to our audience later on, sir.
But this is a very important issue which is happening, which sir has brought in, not only for oil cargo, for even containers, which as a Chamber of Commerce you need to see in depth. Why these cargoes, which should have been ideally in the hinterland of Kolkata or Dhamra or Paradip, are going to these western ports. Similar thing is also happening in the south. If you see, the first parameter, in my opinion, is the connectivity and the turnaround times in the ports. So if you take these two factors into account, people are more happy in handling with the east, on the western coast rather than on the eastern coast. Main is the economies of cost, because you are bringing in small ships. There in west you get much larger ships and economies of scale you are getting. And then the connectivity issues, the last mile.
Mr. Bose, what is also very important to note here is the condition of the ports. There's Bajbaj port, the condition and the safety standards. You've got 3 Indian oil major depots there. And the ground reality is completely different from what we read on paper. The port is pathetic. The safety standards are downright pathetic. So I think we need to address this on a war footing. We need to build a concrete jetty there to overcome the bow tide, because these old pontoons which were made during the British times, I think they are now defunct. So I think we need to have a hard look at this.
Yeah, I do agree. And you may refer this matter to our chairman, Vinith, because this port comes under him.
Yes. Thank you very much. That was my question to you.
Any other questions from our colleagues, please, or from
Question from Mr. Krishna to Mr. Devdatta Bose, which says, what is your view on upcoming port in East Coast like Tajpur viability, where huge capex is involved?
Yeah, see, Tajpur, you are getting a 10-meter contour at 22 kilometers and 20-meter contour at 60. I hope your answer is answered in this itself. So the only way out is, if you have to develop a port here, the initial capex will be very high. So instead of having shore connected breakwaters, you should have somewhat horseshoe type port with a U-type field and then connect it with a trestle. like what we have in JNPT, 2-3 connections. To mention the client for whom we have worked, we had worked some. Then it appeared that if we can model a port layout like that, which is say 4 kilometers or 3 kilometers away from the coast and is of horseshoe type and filled with the material, then you can have all kinds of stuff and allow the currents to pass on an open pipe and with the dike to protect against the what you call cyclones on the sea face. That is the only layout I can think of. But you are absolutely right, as because the contour, 10-meter contours are about 22 kilometers, and 20 meters contours are 60 kilometers. It will be a challenge to develop a port. Even if you see in Suvarnareka, the channel will be about 34 kilometers. And the quantum of dredging may be about 90 million capex in the capital phase. So, you know, these are a big challenge. These are areas which are cyclone prone, littoral drift prone. So all the challenges which I spoke of are there in these regions.
Thank
Okay.
you,
I think any other question?
This is Shantanu from Tata Steel.
Yeah.
I have one question for Captain Mohit. He spoke about Dhamra developing a container terminal. Today, we do a lot of steel exports out of Dhamra. The big problem which we face is that Dhamra doesn't have road connectivity. Whatever material we need to get into Dhamra is through rail. So my question to him is, with the container terminal coming up, will the road connectivity also be established for the cargo to come in and go out?
Unfortunately, Mohit is not there.
Sir,
I think Captain Mohit is on an urgent call, so we can register your question and place it with him. And once he's free, we can come back to you with the answer.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, right now, Supanya, do we have any more questions, or we have questions from our colleagues in BCCI?
Sir, Mr. Captain Mohit Chaturvedi has just answered on road connectivity, saying that yes, red connectivity will be developed as part of port development. With more details, we will come back to Shantanu, sir. Apart from that, somebody has asked, what is the status of KPD berth?
Yeah, so status of KPD berth right now, let me tell you, is being considered, and it is under the process. It will take maybe 1.5 months more for issue of LOI, hopefully. And thereafter, the work will start, as far as I understand. Normally the PPP project says 18 months from the date of LOI. So it should be within 18 months, it should be operational. And if it is April, by April the LOI is received, so then it should be 18 months from April, maximum by which the commencement should start, complete mechanization for dry bulk and containers both.
Thank you so much, sir. These were the questions which we have received till now, and I would now request the chairperson of the committee, Mr. S. Hajra, to conclude this session with a proper vote of thanks to all of you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shukonda. We had wonderful presentations highlighting the upcoming projects. And in short, I would like to say that from the presentations, it appears that definitely in this region, East Coast, the overall capacity is going to definitely increase by many folds. I have always maintained that, as it was discussed a little while back itself, that it is definitely not optimal for the hinterland cargo, which rightfully belongs to this region, to first go all the way up to Mundra and with KNP and others. Because if you consider the overall cost for door-to-door transportation, it's bound to be much higher, because the EXIM trade growth of India with its eastern counterparts is definitely going up much faster than with its western counterparts. So many a times what we see that cargo move all the way to the west coast and then move back to the east coast, primarily because, as very rightly explained, primarily because of the lack of connectivity from the east coast ports, and of course the economy of scale which the west coast ports can afford due to their better draft situation. So with this, the upcoming greenfield, brownfield developments, I think this problem will get addressed, and definitely the optimal solution will be reached as far as India's EXIM trade is concerned with all its various trade partners. I think in conclusion, I would like to thank the chairperson of this particular session, my colleague Ashutosh Jaishwal and the committee, as well as the three esteemed speakers for their wonderful presentation. I also thank the audience and the participants for their insightful questions. And I know that a couple of questions could not be addressed properly, which we will definitely send back to the chairperson of the Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Trust, as well as to Mohit. And with the answers, we will get back not only to the to the persons who have put up the questions, but in general to the audience. Thank you very much, Shukorna.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we are concluding our first technical session. We will be now going for a short lunch break and we'll rejoin at 1:50 p.m. with our next session, technical session 2, on paradigm shift in logistic industry through digitization and scope of investments in ports, shipping and logistics for startup. Please stay tuned and join us sharp at 1:50. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Netaji Port, erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust, is India's oldest and the only riverine major port in the country. Officially born as Kolkata Port Commissioners in the year 1870, the port also celebrated its sesquicentenary celebrations last year, which were graced by the Honorable Prime Minister, who also laid the foundation stone for various key projects, starting from the sandheads at the mouth of the Hooghly Delta on the Bay of Bengal. The port's limits extend up to Farakka, north of Kolkata. SMP provides crucial maritime and cargo services to the eastern and northeastern part of the country, in addition to the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan. The port spans across two dock systems, the Kolkata Dock System in the Metropolitan of Kolkata and the Haldia Dock Complex in the industrial town of Haldia. Kolkata Dock System has emerged as a leader in container handling and handles more than 500,000 containers annually at its Netaji Subhash docks, in addition to handling break bulk at Kidarpur docks. The Baj jetties handle mainly liquid cargo such as crude oil, POL, etc., providing a vibrant port infrastructure for all varieties of cargo. The better drafted Haldia Dock Complex, or HDC, was constructed and opened downstream in 1967. Today, HDC supports the industrial city of Haldia as well as the steel belt of eastern India. Supported by an extensive network of rail and road, HDC and KDS together act as crucial nodes for both international and domestic cargo. Due to its unique position at junction of National Waterways 1 and 2, the port is in readiness to exploit potential of inland waterways. The robust railway network of Haldia and Kolkata Port has catered to more than 29 million metric tons of cargo in the year 2019-20, which is one of the highest among major ports. SMP has managed to grow year on year on its cargo revenues and tonnage, managing to break its own records every year. With historic high landing of 64 million metric tons, the port continues to chart new milestones. In the recent years, the port has accomplished new highs, including handling of a Cape vessel, introduction of floating cranes at anchorages, achieving highest throughput cargo amongst many others. To improve services, the port is taking continuous initiatives to enhance ease of doing business, along with RFID tracking, paperless service delivery, and digitized transport solutions, and state-of-the-art cargo handling services. In the upcoming years, the port aims to increase its capacity to 130 million metric tons to provide efficient logistics and support chain services to all its users. In this direction, projects like Kidarpur rejuvenation, mechanization of bulk handling berths, and liquid handling jetties in Haldia are already in planning and execution, while harboring clean cargo and light industries as well as ample opportunities for inland waterways, coastal, ro-ro, warehousing, and e-commerce. Kolkata Dock System also hosts a variety of industries in different spheres. On the other hand, HDC, with a capacity of 70 million metric tons, offers liquid and dry bulk cargo services. The estate of HDC also hosts diverse industries. With more than 835 acres of land available at Haldia, the land can be readily used for setting up industries of POL, iron ore pellet plant, cement plant, assorted chemicals, liquid, storage, etc. Similarly, Kolkata and its adjoining areas offer more than 180 acres of readily available land for warehousing, logistic parks, clean industry, commercial space and business buildings. a virtual state-of-the-art first-time online land management information system is on the offering to the stakeholders as well as internal users. In addition, the port is venturing into new areas and has partnered with Cochin Shipyard for ship repair in NSD dry docks and is also keen to develop shipbuilding facilities at Chellingham and repair facilities at Kidirpur dry docks and slipways. The port is also exploring innovative avenues of diversification and asset monetization like modernization of Port's hospital. As part of its corporate social responsibility, the port has lent its support in running schools, old age homes, girls' hostel for underprivileged in the Sundarban area. With a rich heritage of more than 150 years, the port has taken many initiatives like introduction of heritage tour, restoration of paddle steamer Bhopal, which have allowed for creating avenues for tourism and river cruise in the region. Indeed, with its glorious past, the port is all set for a vibrant future.
Great associations are formed for dynamic growth and to focus on enthralling success. TM International Logistics offers single-window end-to-end solutions for dry bulk, break bulk, and project cargo through diverse portfolio of services including port operations, shipping, freight forwarding, custom house agency, inland transportation, warehousing, maritime logistics services and rail logistics, and supply chain management. The diverse portfolio of TM International Logistics Services includes the entire range of cargo handling services at Kolkata, Haldia and Paradip ports. At Haldia Port, we have our own private terminal with world-class terminal management, stevedoring and cargo handling facilities, along with an entire range of vessel agency services. TM International Logistics Limited is one of the largest private sector rail operators in India, operating high-capacity rakes in Pan-India. The unique last-mile delivery backed up by state-of-the-art warehousing solutions are offerings that makes TM International Logistics a partner of choice across its network of operations. With offices in India, China, UAE and Germany, TM International Logistics offers freight forwarding for containerized air, project cargo exports and imports, and shipping services through its subsidiaries, TKM Global Logistics and International Shipping and Logistics Services. We do business to improve the quality of life for the community we serve. TMILL has undertaken numerous initiatives and programs designed to enhance and improve the quality of life of the communities around its areas of operations. At TM International Logistics, we live up to the Tata brand values, taking them as our inspiration, our guiding star. As long as the star of our inspiration guides us, TM International Logistics will continue to shine, leading the way, illuminating lives with its services.
Do you know when trade is at its best? It's when you never have to think about it. When it's so convenient, it almost feels invisible. Trade is at its best when it makes getting something, no matter how big or small, from one place to another, feel like handing it over with your own hands. Making the world flow better. A way to make another country feel like next door. To make a stranger feel like a neighbor. To change what's possible for everyone. For us, trade isn't about running ports. It's about opening portals. Portals to millions of people, but also to a better future.
Cargo's Logistics by DP World is an end-to-end digital logistics platform designed to meet all your logistics needs. Receive instant quotes online and book your freight in 3 easy steps. Simply enter the pickup location and port of destination, quantity, and container type, and we instantly provide the best freight rates from across sea, road, or rail. Cargo's Logistics aims to address complexities and inefficiencies that exist in global supply chains. The new digital platform eliminates manual interference and provides great end-to-end digital experience. Cargo's Logistics simplifies the cargo booking process while enabling seamless, safe, secure, and highly efficient movement of freight. We provide instant quotes, an all-inclusive price, multimodal logistics options, multiple secure payment options, and swift booking confirmation. Businesses benefit from advanced tracking of cargo, providing real-time insights, end-to-end visibility, and predictability. All backed by DP World's extensive network of integrated logistics assets and best-in-class service levels. To learn more about how Cargo's Logistics can help your business and meet your shipping and logistics needs, visit our website.
Logistics links enterprise worldwide. It feeds businesses, shapes industry, and fuels economy. Efficient logistics management helps create value. Welcome to Century CFS near Kolkata Port in India. Strategically located within 3 kilometers from the Kolkata Port with adjacent rail tracks and road connectivity. We are the first private enterprise in this sector in Eastern India. We ensure that your goods are safely, securely, and smartly handled. We are an integrated logistics management hub consisting of 2 adjacent container freight stations, that of JJP and Sonai. Paved terminals, hard stand area of 78,150 square meters at JJP and 22,096 square meters at Sonai. 24/7 servicing, dock operations and logistics support for worldwide shipping clientele since 2008. Presented by Century Ply, a leading group with a divergent business portfolio ranging from ply, veneers, laminates, cement, ferroalloys, power generation to logistics management and container freight stations. We are the leading CFS operator in Kolkata. Our accreditations cover ISO 9001-2008 and OSAS. We are the only CFS in Eastern India to be CTPAT compliant. Century CFS has a capacity to handle more than 140,000 TEUs per annum. We handle all types of containers and cargo, hazardous cargo and odd or over dimension cargo, break bulk or project cargo handling and cargo consolidation. Fully computerized reporting systems with online tracking of containers. Our own fleet consists of 100 trailers, 7 reach stackers, 15 forklifts, 2 hydro and 2 yard cleaning machines. Round-the-clock special security, monitoring, checks and surveillance. Modern firefighting systems cover the entire yards. Customs and EDI systems at our CFS offer a hassle-free and single window clearance service to importers and exporters at our premises. Training and skill development are an integral and continuous process at Century CFS, ably supported by our highly motivated team. It is this focus that has won us numerous awards and accolades. At Century CFS, logistics management is fast, cost-effective, hassle-free, safe, secure, efficient and tracked, working every day to deliver the best. Century CFS, Sarvada Sarvottam.
Presenting an enterprise that is constantly on the move, relentlessly pursuing the emerging needs of customers. Through exceptional product and service experiences. By being the benchmark in customer service, 100% subsidiary of Tata Steel Limited, carrying forward the legacy of the Tata Group, offering a wide range of products, services and solutions to various customer segments. Leveraging technology, product and process innovation. An irreplaceable bridge between steel mills and customers. Empowering communities and people. Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited. More than just a steel service center organization.
It is simple dreams that form the bedrock of success and achievements in our lives. As children, we all have dreams of the future, of knowing what lies beyond the distant horizons. But even the smallest dream needs a catalyst, a companion who can nurture and encourage our dreams every single step of the way. For every dream is a journey, and even the longest journey must begin with the smallest step. In the 90s, India and its people had just started to change. A global network of opportunities had begun to emerge. And for many, progress became a possibility through endeavors. One could transform dreams into reality. Adani Ports was born from the firm belief that a strong infrastructure to facilitate trade would be imperative to unlock our country's real potential. And to this end, we built Mundra Port. We cover the entire Indian coastline with our ports at 12 different locations. We have ports at Mundra, Tuna Tekra, Dahej, Hazira, Dighi, Mormugao on the west coast, Dhamra, Vishakhapatnam, Krishnapatnam on the east coast, and Kattupalli and Ennore on the south coast of India. And a container transshipment terminal is coming up in Veranam, Kerala. Adani's Mundra port is a deep draft multi-cargo port with 25 berths, with annual capacity to handle nearly 264 MMTPA, making it India's largest commercial port. It is strategically located in the Gulf of Kutch, catering to the landlocked northern regions of our country. All Adani ports offer a host of global standard services thanks to a highly qualified workforce and infrastructure at par with the best ports in the world.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thank you for joining us back. Welcome to the 11th edition of the Bengal Chamber's Annual Shipping and Logistic Conclave 2021-2022 after the lunch break. We are now starting off with our technical session 2, which is on paradigm shift in logistics industry through digitization and scope of investments in ports, shipping and logistics for startups. We are delighted to introduce our session chairperson, Mr. Surojit Sarkar, who is the Chief Operating Officer of NICDC Logistics Data Services Limited and a member of the Shipping and Logistics Committee of the Bengal Chamber. Along with him, we have Mr. Dinesh Tarachandani, Head Global Logistics, DP World, Mr. Deepak Garg, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Revigo Services Private Limited, and Mr. Swapnil Chauhan from Odex India Solutions Private Limited. We welcome you all on behalf of the Chamber, and we now request Mr. Surojit Sarkar to take it over. Over to you, Mr. Sarkar.
Thank you, Shukarna. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, trade participants, and media. I, Surojit Sarkar, on behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, extend a very warm welcome to all of you at the technical session 2 on paradigm shift in the logistics industry through digitalizations and scope of investment in the ports, shipping and logistics for startup in the entire ecosystems in the logistics and supply chain industry. I am honored and privileged to invite our distinguished panelists for the session. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Dinesh Tarachandani. Head Global Logistics DP World, Mr. Mr. Deep Gog, Founder and CEO Rivigo Services Private Limited, and Mr. Swapnil Chauhan, Sales Head Odex India Solution Private Limited. Before I go into the sessions, so let me give you some brief on the digitalizations, for the shipping and logistics sectors. And especially also let me highlight few of the initiative which Calcutta Port Trust also they have undertaken, for the benefit of the trade. And from, since morning we have heard about PM Gati Shakti. Then there's a lot of focus also in the Union budget this year, especially for these logistics sectors. So just let me brief some of them. The Union Budget 2022 gives a major thrust to the logistics and supply chain sector. Around 100 cargo terminals will be developed during the next 3 years under PM Gati Shakti Master Plan. The Indian Railways had churned out to new products to support farmers and MSME sectors. The road infrastructure has got a major boost with new stages of highways planned connecting ports to the hinterland. The industry has welcomed the budget and with utmost excitement. The government plans to boost swift movement of goods across the country, and to support the same, one of the main initiatives mentioned in the budget was Gati Shakti Plan, which envisages, amongst other things, improvising better rail connectivity. It is also encouraging for the sector to see governments encouraging focus on planning, financing through innovative ways, use of technology, and speedier implementations. This is, and what we are talking about the connectivity, in the morning, mainly on the multimodality and the speed of logistics. The Unified Logistics Interstate Platform is a progressive move in the tune with the time to enable efficient movement of goods, cut down logistics cost, better inventory management. Above all, the budget can be termed smarter and greener. Then also there's a plan of 5G rollout. Then, there's a lot of initiative has been, taken. My fellow panelists, they'll be talking about blockchain. They'll be talking about artificial intelligence. They'll also be talking about machine learning. How the digitalization is actually booming in these sectors. And we all have the witness during pandemic, because we know the supply chain and logistics, it is also the essential service. So like the medical professionals, thanks to all our industry professionals, they have, given or rather delivered the services. And, that is how our livelihood is also maintained. So that is very important aspect. I thought let me touch upon that. Then there are few initiatives by the Calcutta Port Trust, and which also the chairman POPT, he had briefed some of them. So, today everyone is actually talking about the paperless logistics, because as you know, both for domestic as well as the international logistics, there are many stakeholders involved. It is not only the movements of goods, it is also the movement of documents. And how do you collaborate both, in terms of efficient logistics? And that is how the ULIP is one of the initiatives of the budget, and that is how the PM Gati Shakti also will play a very vital role for the smarter logistics of this country. Now, when I come into the initiative by Calcutta Port, so, they have made their inspections mainly in the parking, for the import and export goods. It is digitalized, the parking place is digitalized. They are, the entry and exit of the port, both for the people as well as for the goods with the trucks, this is also digitalized. They have also built a RFID based systems, for the trucks inspections. And you all must be knowing today, all containers in the country across these 27 major port terminals, even including the private ports, they are tracked by RFID. And this initiative has been developed by NICDC, National Industrial Corridor Development, development cooperation with the support of Japanese government, with the support of Japanese NSE Corporation. And this project has been implemented by Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways across the country. So with this, I thought, let me give that breakup, let me give the brief so that we can have a discussion. So straight away, I go to Mr. Dinesh. So I believe you have a presentations, on the digitalization, which initiative has been taken by DP World. So over to you, Mr. Dinesh.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Shorkar. And if I could have the presentation, BCC, and that would help.
Amrita, can you share the presentation on the screen?
So firstly, Honorable Chairman, esteemed panelists, and distinguished audience, thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. I would like to assume that a lot of people had lunch, so it's a tough post-lunch session, but at the same time, I would try to be as crisp and try and give you insights which probably you otherwise may or may not have come across. But coming to the topic of digitization of logistics, what we see and the paradigm shift which we are seeing.
Dinesh sir, sorry to interrupt. We are unable to hear you. Can you just speak a bit louder?
Sure. Is that something which is good now, or should I read?
Better, sir. Better.
Right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
So one of the things which I was trying to say was the kind of shopping which we do, or the digital when we go and e-commerce shopping, or when we do the food deliveries and all that. These are nothing but actually digitization of the logistics and the way it's touching our lives on a day-to-day basis. Coming back, maybe some of you are wondering whether would have heard about DP World, and maybe some of you wouldn't have. But what's a legacy company like DP World doing in this? But we would like to warn that we are a global trade enabler, and we are changing the way the entire digitization can be done is being done in the entire global trade part of the business. So can we go further, Amitabh?
Next slide, please.
Yeah, just move the slide further. Yeah, and so we are present across 70 countries, doing about 190 business units, and we have a 93 million TEU capacity. And continue to go ahead, please. Yeah, and if you see that we are today a leading supplier for the end-to-end smart end-to-end supply chain logistics. And what we do is we have connected all across the world in dots, where we have made $500 million worth or more investments by putting up port terminals, by putting up inland road terminals, container freight stations, and giving these services to our to a lot of our logistics partners as well as end customers. So that's what we are. We will in the next slide show you the how exactly we are present in our country. And this is over and above the global footprint which we have across the globe. Please go ahead. Yeah. So this is what our presence looks like. So we run 6 port terminals, which is including the in the friendly neighborhood in Europe, which is upcoming. So we run the 2 terminals in Nhava Sheva, 1 in Mundra, 1 in Cochin, which is the only terminal there, and 1 in Chennai, and Visakhapatnam. So that includes, that makes us the terminal operator and gives us about 24% of the market share of the entire container moves which move in India. Further to this, we have, let's go back, please. Further to this, we have container freight stations. We are coming up with economic zones under development. And we run our own trains, and we own our own private freight terminals. So a private freight terminal or an ICD is probably like a railway station where, for example, you would you can do a custom clearance or everything, which means it's a dry port, as well as it is connected by rail with the port head. Along with this, we also do stitch-through services. And then you would see at the end, you would have, or what we have written is digital logistics platform, cargoes, which I'll be speaking in slightly greater detail because of the essence of this panel. So since I won't be available anytime later, if there are a few questions, then we can take towards the end of this presentation. Go ahead, please, Amrita. So we have been awarded at various stages, including on our for our Cardos platform, where we have got a CII Excellence Award for the supply chain and logistics excellence, and multiple awards are there with us. Please continue to go ahead. Yeah, Amrita. Same which I just mentioned, and then go ahead, and then we have the let's talk about the digital supply chain as we envisage in the future, especially from a global trade enablement point of view. I'm sure my panelists will cover a lot of further what we are trying to do in domestic part. But having said that, DP World will be a player both in global logistics as well as within domestic India. Out here, we are showing some of our global initiatives like the box bay stacking solutions, which we've done, whereby each of container is actually stored just like, for example, how you would store the pallets in a very tightly packed scenario without any with robots picking up the containers, etc. Similarly, an e-commerce initiative which is largely targeted towards the African market in Dubai. Then we have the Digital Freight Alliance, which connects the global intermediaries all across the world, and Cardos, which is a full-fledged interlinked stacking solutions for a port community service, a terminal community service, and or an end-to-end logistics buying services as well. So these are just few of the various initiatives which we have taken, and then we can go further and get into more into Cardos logistics. Amrita, please. Yes, so let's go ahead, and so what we are trying to do here is uncover and solve the customer challenges. We have in the next slide given the challenges which we envisage in terms of the global logistics, and these are namely, you would have to press the button 4 or 5 times, Amrita. Yeah, so what we see is that the cargo booking process currently is pretty complex with no guaranteed bookings, and then you as an end customer, you end up with multiple hidden charges, something which you are not aware of it earlier, and then you will have always very limited visibility of the cargo. Amrita, please click 2 more times, and then you can go to the next slide. And obviously, you will have multiple handovers and follow-ups, and this is what we are trying to reduce, trying to find the solution, and which I'll demonstrate in the next slide. That how exactly we can solve this by doing a digital process of this entirely. Please go ahead, Amrita. One more, yeah. Go ahead, yeah. So in the Cardos logistics, what we are trying to do is make it as easy as possible for you as easy as possible for anyone, either an end customer or an intermediary, to book the cargos. And as we book this, you will realize that it's a much more easier inventory, confirmed inventory available kind of a platform, which kind of gives you the complete visibility of the entire pre-booking as well as post-booking. Yes, let's go ahead, Amrita. Yeah, it's a single window solution. It gives you very, very quick bookings, which means actually you can see rates even without logging in, and you can have an instant quotes right up in there. And then what you get is a DP World assurance, quality assurance. What we are also trying to do in this is that if it utilizes the assets of DP World, then you get so much more deeper tracking as well as a deeper solution, which means that you are at all times on top of the entire thing. Let's go ahead with this. Yeah. So these are the various logistics offerings. So it could be, for example, just the first mile or the last mile tracking solution. It could be an end-to-end, which means that the ocean freight could also be included in this. And then, of course, we can always, in terms of global logistics, it's right now open. We can book any container to and from UAE, India to UAE, as well as from India to multiple other locations there are about 31 destinations open, taking all the way the lane pairs open on this almost about 300, and you get a dedicated customer service and everything as a part of this, which basically means that this is the way we are trying to change a normal, usual container booking, which normally takes anywhere between 24 to 48 hours within probably that many seconds or at worst in minutes. So you could actually book the entire thing and do a KYC all online. Please go ahead, Amrita. So in a way, as I mentioned earlier, that this could ideally be, although it would definitely depend on the Incoterms, it could give you a full-fledged end-to-end solution, right from moving the empty containers from our inland container depot to your factory, moving it, then it moves on a DP World ICD to a DP World rail, so on and so forth, and arrives at a DP World port at the destination in all likelihood. As I mentioned, that all of this would be visible to you in real time most of the times. So that's what this is. And of course, we take help from a lot of technology partners in that, but we are trying to lead the solution in this as much as possible. Please go ahead. So the interfaces are very, very simple. It just tells you to identify whether you are looking for a port-to-port kind of a service or a factory-to-port or a door-to-port, so on and so forth. And you could select that. A few parameters here or there, like the dates and whether what kind of a container you would want. And go to the next slide, and lo and behold, you would see the rates then and there, which then, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So you will see the rates in this format then and there, and you would actually get a book icon. And if you book it, that's when we call for a login ID or more details from your side, and we give you the entire details. Please go ahead. At all times, you would always have a full dashboard of this thing, and then you can do a pay now, which again you can pay then and there, or you can pay slightly later, but then you will have to do additional KYC for that, and you have an option of paying through a transfer or a gateway. Yeah, this is the kind of the dashboard which we'll see for the entire thing, and easy to manage, which basically means that at any point of time you would always have across your the entire supply chain, you would have a visibility of how many containers are in the pipeline, how many containers are booked but not sailed yet, so on and so forth. And this is visible on both sides of the cargo, which means that you can give these rights to your customers as well. Go ahead, please. Obviously, as I mentioned, the tracking is advanced, and it takes deep from our own solutions as well as from various other organizations as well. For example, Mr. Shorthar mentioned that 96-97% of the RFID tags on the containers are tracked. So, you know, various such solutions are used along with the GPS devices and all that kind of things which are available. Yeah. That's about it from my side, and we'll show you a small map on the that how exactly the advanced tracking is available. But that's it from our side, and that's our bit of how we are trying to change the digitize the market and make it so much more efficient in the way the bookings are done globally as well as within India.
Thank you, Mr. Dinesh.
Thanks so much.
For a detailed presentations. So probably some of the questions will come. You have, given an overview for the containerized cargo.
Absolutely.
Where probably people also will be interested to know what is going to happen with the non-containerized cargo. And what is the plan for DP World? So we'll come, later part of it, when we'll, as we move on, on this session. So let me, introduce one of the very, very distinguished panelists, Mr. Deepak Garg, and let me give a brief introduction. Mr. Deepak Garg, he's very well known in terms of the truck economics. He's the first person in the country who started thinking about how the improvement of the turnaround time of a truck can be made through the digitalizations, and that is how, through his vision, he built Rivigo. So let me give an introduction of Mr. Deepak Garg. Deepak Garg is the CEO of Rivigo and a thought leader in the field of new age logistics. He founded Rivigo in 2014 with an aim to solve the global problem of truck driver shortage. Since then, Rivigo has been solving this through a simple yet unique idea of a driver relay model and use of cutting edge technology to revolutionize the entire sector and achieve groundbreaking growth. As a leader and innovator, Deepak is known for complex data-driven problem solving and issue resolution through technology. Deepak's world-class team, which has a high-performance culture, served as a growth catalyst and infused productive energy into the workplace. With his workforce united spirit, he aims to transform the logistics sector of India by building a sustainable ecosystem. Prior to starting Rivigo, Deepak worked with McKinsey and Company for more than 8 years, where he was a leader in the operation practice. He worked with clients in the logistics and supply chain space and led several transformation projects, delivering bottom line results through resilient change management programs at the front line. He has an extensive experience in working with large clients on complex supply chain issues across geographies in India, Asia, Australia, and Africa. He speaks regularly at global forums on data, technology, supply chain, and leadership. Deepak has also recently won the Economic Times Spencer Stuart 40 Under 40 Award. Deepak holds a master's degree in business administration from Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and bachelor's in technology from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur. In his free time, he enjoys reading and travel, and is passionate about new ideas and creating impact at scales. Over to you, Mr. Deepak.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Sarkar, for a very detailed introduction. Thank you, everyone, for having me as on the speaking panel. I will structure my talk in 3 parts. First, I'd like to just talk about overall logistics scenario in India, and what I believe we should be solving for, and what is the role of technology in that overall scheme of things. Second, I would like to talk about how Rivigo is solving some of the issues, where we are in that journey over the last 8 years, how have we addressed some of the problems. And third is, our future plans and how we see, Indian logistics emerge at the cutting edge of technology, and what's the role companies like Rivigo and startups like Rivigo are going to play. So if I talk about the first, I'm not carrying a formal presentation. I thought, given it's only 15 minutes, I'd rather, relay my thoughts and take any questions if you have at the end of the presentation. So if I talk about, where is India? We've always heard this number, Indian cost of logistics is high. We are at 14% cost of logistics. 14% of GDP is spent on logistics compared to 7, 8, 9% of, the global, the developed world. So India is uncompetitive in terms of the logistics cost. We are inefficient. And this 4 to 6 percentage points of GDP of inefficiency is causing issues in terms of us becoming a manufactured exports nation, right? Everyone knows that we can't grow to become a $5 trillion or a $10 trillion economy by being dependent on a domestic consumer. Right? We have to be able to sell competitively to consumers in US and Europe. While we are saying we have a huge, demographic demand coming up, but the hard truth is our per capita income is still below $2,000, right? And China is above $10,000 on per purchasing power parity basis, China crossed that number in 2012 itself. So this is the next 1 or 2 decades. If India has to do well, India has to be able to export its way out. And any country which has done well has done well on the basis of exports. And the biggest issue in the whole export equation is our cost structure, our productivity equation, and logistics is one of the major areas of focus there. Why is it 14 and not 8, right? And that's where, real insights lie, right? I mean, people have heard about 14, but what is the meaning of 14%? But if you look at 14% deeply, you realize that 14%, actually the transport cost as a part of this 14% is actually not very high. It's only 5 to 6 percentage points of GDP that's spent on transport. 8 to 9% of GDP is spent on storage, is spent on warehousing, is spent on wastages, is spent on damages, it's spent on pilferages, is spent on, So transport itself is only 5% or maybe 6% percentage points of GDP, right? 8% is actually the overheads, the inventory, the wastages that we are carrying. This number, interestingly, in the US 25 years ago, used to be 16 to 18% as a percent of GDP. At that point in time, US's spend on warehousing and administration costs was 10 to 12% of GDP. But because of IT and technology interventions in the supply chain area, the US's logistics cost has come down to 8 to 10%, while the transport cost has remained the same. Transport cost has not changed. It has also come down because the US has moved to higher category trucks and so on and so forth, but not as much. The entire juice, the entire impact, the entire efficiency came from where the storage and distribution was structured, not transportation. Because if you look at the fundamental transport cost structure, is actually diesel, toll, tire maintenance, and largely, the driver's salary. 60-70% of our transport is actually road transportation. China has, I think the same story is playing out in China. Very interestingly, I give examples of even worse countries than India in terms of logistics costs. They have a different problem. Their transportation cost is the lowest because they're still using old trucks, lower category trucks. So the transport cost is lower, but their warehousing cost is higher. P&G keeps only 4 warehouses in the US, 24 to 28 in India, and probably 40 plus in Pakistan, let's say, right? I mean, they're roughly the same, the right numbers. I could be here or there by like 2 or 3. So which means the poorer your transportation network, the more warehouses you need to keep, the more inventory you need to store, the more wastages your supply chain network will have, and so on and so forth. The stronger your transportation network, the more reliable your transportation network, your wastages will go down. So I think the entire thesis of this conversation is, if 14% has to come down to 8%, our transport mechanism has to be more productive, more reliable, so that the need of storing of inventory, the need of warehousing goes down, and all the wastages related to that, whether it is damages, pilferages, all of that, start to come down. I think Honorable PM's vision on this and the launch of Gati Shakti, I got an opportunity to speak at that event, and I could sense that the whole investment thesis in that infrastructure, enabling infrastructure, including ULIP, is designed for an environment where our transport systems can be much more reliable, and therefore our cost of logistics can come down by 5 to 6 percentage points. The other reason why our logistics cost is high is because of the fact that our productivities are much lower compared to the Western world, right? Even in direct transportation and in direct warehousing, our productivities are much lower compared to the Western world. For example, our labor cost is probably 1/7 that of China. We have $200 a month as an average, let's say, entry-level labor cost, right? China has $1,400, $1,200 to $1,400. But the productivity in China is so high that the transport cost is only 2x. From Beijing to Shanghai versus Delhi to Mumbai, which are the same distance locations. The transport cost is only 2x versus the labor cost is 7x. So the productivity is very high in other parts of the world where we are comparing the overall logistics cost. Why is the productivity low? Because of the lack of transparency. There is basic lack of reliability and trust. Because there is basic lack of reliability and trust, we have to staff more people in our warehouses. We have to staff more people in every part of our operations, and that's why it leads to lower productivity and higher wastages. Our truck utilizations on an average in the country are between 200 to 300 kilometers, right? And globally, the averages go beyond 600, 700 kilometers a day, right? So we are running our trucks at less than 50% of the productivity levels. I think that's the root cause of the entire problem, and technology has a big role to play in terms of giving transparency, building the trust, improving the productivity of both the driving, transporting staff and the warehousing staff. And with this whole thesis and the idea, 8 years ago, Rivigo was conceptualized. And Rivigo's vision is to make logistics human. That's a very, it's a very interesting kind of a concept or a vision, which is to do with the fact that most of the staff, most of the people in logistics have a very inhuman life, right? From truck drivers to people in the warehouses, right? Because they don't have access to tools and technology, and they lead a very inhuman life, and no one wants to, for example, in this country, want to be a truck driver. And I thought, why is the case? Because truck drivers spend months away from home, poor conditions, they do not get to see their families. No one wants to marry them in their village. Marriage is a sign of social respect in our villages, right? And I thought if probably, one could get them back home every day, we might see people becoming truck drivers again and this trade becoming better again, right? With this whole idea, we conceptualize this model called as relay trucking model, which is reasonably well known now. But the way relay trucking works is every driver comes back home. In turn, the truck keeps running all the time, and the utilization and the productivity of the truck increases. It's a very simple idea, which is when a truck goes from Delhi to Mumbai, you have these pit stops where the drivers change over, and each driver drives the required 10 to 12 hours in a day, while going from Delhi to Jaipur and Jaipur to Delhi, but the truck keeps on getting passed as relay baton, and through relay trucking, the utilization of the trucks improve significantly. On an average, through relay trucking, we run trucks for about 800 to 1,000 kilometers a day, as opposed to 200 to 300 kilometers of national average. Our drivers come back home, and our transit times are superior and more reliable. So what happens as an outcome of this? As an outcome of this, customer who is getting the material, or shipper who is getting the material, is able to keep lower inventory because the high utilization, the cost goes down, because cost is of that equipment which is getting more and more expensive. And the truck driver who is leading an inhuman life is leading a better life because he's coming back home every day. So you have solved probably all three problems. You solved the problem of the operator, you solved the problem of the machine, which has to be used all the time to get the cost down. And we have also solved the problem of transit time and reliability, which can hopefully reduce over time as the after effects of COVID are over. Over time, it can hopefully reduce the inventory levels which we carry in our supply chain and therefore reduce the logistics cost. Fundamentally, I believe if relay is done at scale with a lot more, technology and systemization, we can bring 14% to 8%. There's no doubt that I have, after running this for 8 years now, that this is a real solution, practical, implementable solution to solve for availability of truck drivers, get better than Europe and US in terms of our transit times and speeds and truck utilization, reducing the cost down significantly from 14% to 7 to 8%. This is that Brahmastra or Ramban, which our country should adopt at scale, by which all of our problems get solved, and companies and shippers will need to carry less and less inventory. Of course, over the last 8 years, through several disruptions, we have faced some challenges executing this model. It looks like a very simple model, but it's a very hard model to execute on the ground. But where we are today, and I can confidently say that through several pivots and iterations and changes in building technology, we are today at a place where we believe we can do this at scale. We are today doing this at a couple of thousand trucks. We can do this at lakhs of trucks, right? That's the confidence me and our team have, that we can fundamentally transform the landscape of this country by implementing this idea at scale, and we are on the path to do that. And I come to the third part of my conversation on what's the future and what lays ahead of us, right? The future for this country, everyone knows, is very bright. We are, no matter what, going to be a $5 trillion and $10 trillion economy. We are going to get that consumer, we are going to be a $10,000 capital economy, right? We are going to see massive growth. I keep telling my young team that, we should feel lucky that it's reasonably possible that for the rest of our lives in a country like India, we could be in the fastest growth large economy in the world. Right? India is one of the fastest growth economy, and one of the largest, fastest growing economy, right? And as a youngster myself, I believe next 30, 40 years is going to be very bright for this country. And if we fix this big infrastructural problem, logistics problem, I think we pave the way for a large consumer economy to emerge on the back of this, right? As we do that, I think there's a lot of thrust and push and from the government in the right direction, whether it's Gati Shakti or ULIP. ULIP is a fundamentally great idea. I think ULIP will, if implemented well, create a lot of impact because it has all the right tenets and principles in terms of transparency and visibility and connecting different modes of transport. In our own way, some of us in startup world are creating ULIP for the country, and Rivigo is also creating a ULIP for the country, right, which is a freight marketplace where we can create that level of efficiency and we can create scale in an asset-light way, but which can scale up faster, but with the underlying human angle of making the life of the operator better while doing so, while innovating. And the purpose of technology, we believe, should be to make the life of human better, right, not worse. And logistics is one of those sectors where the direct applicability of this dimension is very, very strong. So I'll probably end my talk here and would like to take questions whenever I think the panel gets to that point. Thank you, Mr. Sakardi, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Deepak, for your detailed overview and also highlighting how ULIP will be changing the ecosystem and how startup like your company, they will come forward, for the transformations of the logistics and shipping sector. So our next panelist is Mr. Swapnil Chavan. He is the head of sales ODEX. Just to give you the background of ODEX, ODEX is focusing on building a complete documentation and payment management platform for container shipping industry. And this system is live not only in India, it is also live in GCC countries and also in West Africa. Their MD, Lizzie, was actually, he was planned to be a part of this session, but Lizzie, for some of her family issues, she could not join. So that is how Swapnil will be representing Lizzie. So I think, Swapnil, you have a small presentation for 5-7 minutes. So I'd request Amrita just to present Swapnil PPT. Over to you, Swapnil.
Thank you, sir. So thank you, everyone. Good afternoon to all respective members. Before moving to the presentation, because it's a very small presentation, so what we can do, firstly, we are extremely sorry for not having Liji ma'am in today's session due to unfortunate demise of her family, friends, relative today morning, and she has sincerely requested apologies for the same. Moving to today's session, first of all, thank you, BCC and I, for giving us an opportunity to have our views on this topic, paradigm shift in the logistics through digitization and scope of improvement in the scope of investment in the startup sector from the ports, shipping lines point of view. We are deeply honored to BCC and I and all respective members who have connected on this webinar. These are the names which I personally admire: Dinesh sir, Deepak sir in this take world, and Surajit sir. So all these key persons, and we are presenting our views on the paradigm shift. So what basically, before moving to the presentation, a few things which comes to our mind, Odex, and personally I feel that these are the 5 pillars which drives the paradigm shift in any industry. Talking about the digitization in the logistics industry, the first pillar, I will rather say, starts with our own mind. Okay, because unless and until we think something needs to be changed, it is not going to happen. And this thinking, we call it as a thinking paradigm shift. And how this has happened, if you see, before COVID, we whether we are a technology company or any of the member who is having a logistics company, we were growing, we were thinking at our own pace, and in a very set environment. But in COVID, the thinking has completely changed. We changed our thinking that, okay, fine, this is the circumstances, and how do we go ahead in these circumstances? What is the value which we can bring to our customers and also as a whole to the industry? And this thinking, once you develop, okay, then the shift happens automatically. But only thinking will not help industry to go further unless and until we have a willingness, we have a people who are open to change. Okay, those who thoughts, okay, people like founder of any startups or any technology company who thinks that, okay, this is something which I want to drive, this is something which I want to build for the industry. Unless and until you have the same mindset of a people along with you, this is not going to happen. So willingness to open you can say openness to change is something which is very important. And why this and how this change will be adapted, because the people are very reluctant to change to the technology, to any change in the set pattern of working. And this change leads to the another thing, apart from training, the thinking and willingness. The third pillar is the convenience. The people will only accept the change if it is convenient for them. If it is complex, then they will not accept the change, even if you have a great idea. And this convenience will only come with the 4 pillars of the paradigm shift in the logistics, is the standardization. Now, we had a very good session with Deepak sir and Dinesh sir, talking about how they have built their technology. Now, the key success to any technology transition is in the standardization. If I'm doing something with any of the stakeholders, and after even a technology innovation, I do the same thing with multiple stakeholders in the same manner, only the mode of communication is changed, then this is not going to give you a result in a long time. So this standardization is something very important, because at individual level, individual company is developing something on their own. They are developing ERP, they are developing some kind of technology improvement in their day-to-day life. But this individual thinking or serving to the individual customers will not help as a community. Okay, it will not give a complete solution or the value to the entire community as a whole. And from that perspective, to giving this value to the end customer, it is important to have a single platform where this standardization, where this kind of efforts from the different startups can work collaboratively, can work collectively to give the ultimate solution to the end customers. So we are really happy, and we are really fortunate that in India, a lot of technology startups, especially in the logistics industries, are coming up. And we are actually looking forward. We already have started discussion with these startups from the providing the valued solutions to the entire industry. Of course, we will get in touch with Deepak sir as well from the Revigo point of view, that how this can be accommodated with our existing solutions from ODEX point of view. Now, after discussing these 5 pillars of thinking, willingness, standardization, collaboration, and ultimate objective to give value to the industry, I would like to take you through the slides, okay, the presentation, not more than 4 slides, to give you an idea of what exactly ODEX is doing and how this collaboration of the industry players can help us to give you a better future from the logistics point of view. So may I have a presentation, sir? So before starting, or before giving you the entire discussion, so I'm not going to give you the detailed explanation on this, what ODEX does and what are the modules. Of course, we will have whenever we have a time in our hand. So ODEX stands for Online Document Exchange. It is India's leading online platform, where we concentrate on 2 aspects in the industry stakeholder point of view. One is the payment, and the another one is the documents. So going to the next slides will help you to understand that in the ocean shipping community, we are the single community platform where we tackle these 2 day-to-day operational and the financial aspects in any logistic stakeholders business, which is payments and the documentation. The next slide is very interesting to understand the ecosystem of ODEX. Now, if you see, the ODEX is not only a single platform, but it also connects to the entire stakeholders in the shipping ecosystem. We have 100+ shipping lines and NUSCC who is a part of ODEX and who uses ODEX from import as well as export modules. We have a 10+ port terminals, 4,500+ freight forwarders. All these numbers you are see, 15,000+ exporters and importers, 7,500+ custom brokers. Pan India, these numbers are itself explanatory that what is the value of this ecosystem as a community platform. So this is what I was explaining prior my presentation, that standardization is important. Every company, every line, every CFS, every ICDs are doing their own stuff in order to provide a technology solution to their customer, but the standardized platform brings the actual value to the community. We have this platform, and these are the stakeholders who are using day to day in their life and having this import and export solution at their hand. Moving on to the next slides. Now we have started, as Surajit sir has already explained, that we have started this operations in India, but we are also having a presence in GCC countries, including we have started with UAE, after that Bahrain, Kuwait and Qatar. We have also our operations live in the West Africa, Ghana, and very soon we will start the Nigeria segment as well. So this is from the geographical presence point of view. Moving on to the next slide, and most probably the last slides of my explanation, because we believe in the simplicity, so we don't want to give you the complex solutions, and that's the reason we have also made the slides very simple. Now this is what we do. In short, this is what we do as a ODEX. We basically focuses on 4 key parameters. One is the payment, second one is the documents, third one is the communication, the communication platform or the communication medium through which these stakeholders, which is mentioned in the middle of the screen, which is the importer or exporter, terminals, lines, NUCC, CFS, ICD, CHA forwarders, or agent you can say, and the MTR. Okay, and the last one is the compliance. So we don't only facilitate the payments, documentation and communication, but also the modules which we build for these stakeholders are adhering to the rules and regulations of the Indian government, or the any compliances which is there has to be there in the shipping fraternity. Because for some of the model, we already have a DG shipping approved, the license to have perform on this and give the solution to the customers. Now we need to understand, as I already said, that even though we or any of the startup in the digital transformation journey providing value to their customers, we as a unit should come together, should think that okay, on what aspect we can collaborate so that we can also give the entire value objective to the end customers, and this will definitely help not only in reduction of cost in the logistics, but also help them to have a better experience and faster delivery, because at the end the importer and exporter and the shipping line and NVCC, those whoever the stakeholders are aiming for the two key aspects, that what is my time saving and what is the relevant cost saving. If we see, if we perform this activity jointly, we will definitely see the reduction not only in time but also with the related cost. And with this, I would like to thank all the panel members, all the respective jury members or the Surajit sir for giving us an opportunity to give our short views on this transformation journey. And those who ever wanted to have a detailed understanding, please get in touch with us. What exactly ODEX does from this all four key parameters point of view. Thank you, Surajit sir and panel members.
Thank you, Swapnil. I would request participants now, to raise your questions. Before that, and I have one question already for Mr. Deepak Garg. So, Mr. Deepak, there is one question for you. This is from Mr. Surajit Bhattacharya. He is the DGM Logistics Haldia Petrochemicals Limited. His question is, would you like to understand whether Rivigo is planning to obtain IBS certification and common carrier certifications? Mr. Garg, this question to you from Surajit Bhattacharya. He is the DGM Haldia Petrochemicals Limited.
So, can you repeat, Mr. Safar, which certifications?
Would you like to understand whether Rivigo is planning to obtain IBS certification and common carrier certification?
Okay. What's the context behind if I can...
IBA, what I can understand, I believe this should be, he is talking about that some, Indian Banking Association. So.
Yeah. No, I'm sure we would have these certifications. Right, we were operating a sizable fleet, so we would have this certification. But I don't know the context of this question, as in, why is this question?
Shukurna, Mr. Surajit Bhattacharya, he is actually on the webinar.
He has joined through webcast. So we can contact him and take the question later on properly from him and then get in touch with Mr. Garg for the answer.
Fine.
Any question from any of our committee members?
So I have few questions. So I'll be asking to Mr. Garg and as well as Swapnil and Mr. Tarachandani for some other commitment he has to, leave. So my question to Swapnil, through this ODEX platform, you tell me now exporter and importer, can they get the delivery order and bill of lading? Just you have to tell me in 1 minute because we have, shortage of time, then I'll come to Mr. Garg.
So we have shown that we have the exporters registered with ODEX. So basically what we have done, we have, hello, audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, so basically what we have done, we have built this ecosystem in such a manner that they not only get the BL or DO, but they can also get the mechanism of sending this request or making this information exchange through their system itself, because we don't want any party to use double system for the same data entry. So we have this integration option available for them so that they don't need to come to ODEX website also. And without coming to the ODEX website, through integration, they can actually request for invoice. They can actually make payment against that invoice for DO and BL and get the DO and BL in their hand. In fact, most of these importer and exporter are already doing it. And agents like CHN forwarders on behalf of importer and exporter are also doing the same way.
Good. Thank you. So my question to Mr. Garg, and I am going to, this is probably, this will give a lot of clarity to all of us. You are one of the industry stalwart actually when you talk about the digitalization, and you started digitalization much before, and so my question to you is, what kind of challenges you feel to make this industry fully digitalized?
See, look, any change, Mr. Sarkar, is required certain time and change management, right? And in any change, I think timing is also important. What I mean by that is, if we are not ready for this change, the adoption will not happen, right? I think COVID has definitely created that environment where digitalization can be adopted faster. What I mean by that is, paperless. For example, a lot of customers today have moved to paperless, PODs and paperless documentation and invoices and so on and so forth, right? I would say almost 90%, other than some of the large players. I think all small, medium, even in large players, I think a lot of players have moved. So this environment was created post-COVID. Pre-COVID, it would have taken, in that environment, it might have taken longer. That's one. I think the second factor of this is the supply of technology, which is also improving every day with new age startups coming up, new solutions coming up. I think the answers are emerging. That's also happening with this startup boom. A lot of that is going on. I think third, in general, because a lot of companies and a lot of carriers in India are in that stage where I call as no man's land. Unless they adopt technology, they will not be able to cross to the other side. So this sense of urgency is also there. I think that it's a do or die to adopt technology and grow versus being stalled, right? So I think the environment is very ripe. I believe next 3 to 5 years will be very exciting in the logistics sector in India, where a lot of digitalization will happen. And I'm looking forward to being a participant, also a leader in this space, driving change.
Thank you. Over to you, Shukarna. I think, if there are any questions, you can take those questions and appropriately you can send to the panelist.
Absolutely.
Please. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you so much. We would like to thank all the speakers on behalf of the Chamber, and especially to Mr. Swapnil for joining us in such a short notice. Thank you so much for giving us time, and your presentation was very well captured and represented. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Garg. We are thankful to Mr. Deepak Tarachandani also, but due to some preoccupation and some urgent call, he has to leave. With that, we would like to conclude our technical session 2, and Mr. Shurojit Shorkar, as usual, you were fantastic. Thank you so much for such a good moderation and your session chairpersonship. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, we will be coming up with the third session, Logistics Industry, a Pillar of Sustainability, at 3:05 p.m. So we would request all our viewers, our speakers, to join us by 3:05. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Shukarna. Thank you.
erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust is India's oldest and the only riverine major port in the country, officially born as Kolkata Port Commissioners in the year 1870. The port also celebrated its sesquicentenary celebrations last year, which were graced by the Honorable Prime Minister, who also laid the foundation stone for various key projects, starting from the sand heads at the mouth of the Hooghly Delta on the Bay of Bengal. The port's limits extend up to Farakka, north of Kolkata. SMP provides crucial maritime and cargo services to the eastern and northeastern part of the country, in addition to the landlocked countries of Nepal and Bhutan. The port spans across two dock systems, the Kolkata dock system in the metropolitan of Kolkata and the Haldia dock complex in the industrial town of Haldia. Kolkata dock system has emerged as a leader in container handling and handles more than 500,000 containers annually at its Netaji Subhash docks. In addition to handling brake bulk at Kidarpur docks, the Baj jetties handle mainly liquid cargo such as crude oil, POL, etc., providing a vibrant port infrastructure for all varieties of cargo. The better drafted Haldia Dock Complex, or HDC, was constructed and opened downstream in 1967. Today, HDC supports the industrial city of Haldia as well.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you back to the 11th edition of the annual Shipping and Logistic Conclave of the Bengal Chamber 2021-2022. We will now proceed to our third technical session, which is on logistic industry, a pillar of sustainability. The session will be chaired by Captain Ravi De, Member Shipping and Logistics Committee of the Bengal Chamber and Maritime Consultancy Tech UK Limited. The session will be addressed by Captain Som S. Mishra, Head Outbounding Shipping Tata Steel, Captain Amit Watson, All India Head Operations and Commercial NYK Line India Private Limited, and Shri Yatish Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, Braithwaite and Company India Limited. Without further ado, I would now request the session chairperson to take over. Over to you, Ravi sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Sukanya, for the introduction. We have a very interesting third technical session today. It is Logistics Industry, a Pillar of Sustainability. Our first speaker today is Captain Som Shekhar Mishra, Head of Outbound Shipping and Operations, Tata Steel. He drives the sustainability initiatives in the shipping domain of Tata Steel Group. He has a rich exposure across logistics and supply chain management, commercial shipping, operations, and chartering. Captain Som will be speaking on sustainability in shipping initiatives by Tata Steel. Over to Captain Som Mishra.
Good afternoon, Captain De and other panelists. Thank you for the introduction. While I have been told to speak on logistics contribution in sustainability, I would like to mainly touch on the shipping aspect in logistics. And also in that, I'd like to touch on three parts. In 3 parts, I would like to touch on the subject. One is, why is Tata Steel doing what it is doing in sustainability? What are the various rules and regulations which are going to come in place shortly? And in detail, what are the initiatives being taken by Tata Steel? We start with the first slide. Yeah, over to the next one. Yeah. Basically, as you are aware, safety and sustainability is an integral part of our business. And this is being driven by the leadership. It's an organization-wide governance structure. There's an organization-wide. We and the shipping domain basically focus on three aspects, which drives our policies, our process, and our decision making. These three aspects or three pillars are sustainability, safety, and corporate social responsibility. So on sustainability, I will come to that later. I'll just cover safety and corporate social responsibility first. So on safety part, we hire vessels which fulfill our requirements, safety requirements. For that, we have a three-tier vetting mechanism, vetting process, which we implement across all the ships that we hire. So when I say all the ships, we hire around 1,000 ships across the world every year. And so we have a three-tier vetting process, which the vessels has to comply with. This is not sort of a forcing mechanism or but this is sort of a hand-holding mechanism wherein we have seen owners improving their safety score over the years as they work with us. On the corporate social responsibility, we accept vessels only with ITF, whose owners or vessels are members of ITF. I'm sure all in the shipping domain will know what ITF is. ITF is basically International Trade Workers Federation Union. And so this is, we generally realize that the seafarers' interest is to be protected. And one of the mechanisms, we as charters cannot really do anything about it. The only way to go about it, we realized, is ensure the vessels which are chartered are members of ITF. During the COVID pandemic, we saw that a lot of seafarers were stuck on ships. They were not able to sign off. They were not able to, and the owners were not really very particular about it. We saw a lot of owners not really particular about it. So then we started having a policy that we will not hire vessels on the ship or the vessels where the crew is more than 11 to 14 months old. So then on that basis, we slowly started, and this year we will reduce it to less than 11 months. So if a crew has spent 11 months on the ship, we hire the vessel and then we ask for the repatriation plan. Generally, that is what we are doing, and maybe going ahead, we will shrink the number of months a crew is expected to spend on board. On the GHG rating, we defined vessels which were energy efficient. This we followed. RightShip had defined vessels which were energy efficient, and then we realized that we need to hire energy efficient vessels to ensure less emissions are there when our cargo is being moved. So we started this journey in 2018, when we started hiring only A to E class vessels. F and G were the worst. They were the least energy efficient vessels whom we didn't hire. We had only A to E. In FY23, we want to stick to A to D class vessels. This will again reduce the number of emissions, the kilotons KT of emissions which will be had when carrying our cargo. On the sustainability part, which is the extreme left box on the PPT, while I said we started A to D class vessels in 2018, last year actually, FY22, we realized we need to do more. And here we started baselining all the emissions that we have had. We started a baselining activity. We are doing a gap analysis where we decide how to go about it. We are doing a market analysis, and also at the same time doing an options assessment, and then we'll go for implementation of the decarbonization options. Yeah, let's go to the next slide. So as you all are aware, IMO has come up with a lot of regulations to reduce GHG emissions. So basically the target is to reduce 50% of carbon emissions by 2050 and 40% by 2030, 70% by 2050, which you all are aware. Now, IMO 2014 GHG study said that around 2.6% of world's emission is through international shipping alone. And sign up with Sea Cargo Charter, basically become member of Sea Cargo Charter. Sea Cargo Charter is an organization of like-minded players like us who are working, in a very systematic manner to reduce the GHG emissions or carbon emissions. So the Sea Cargo Charter gives us a framework on how to go about it, and also basically we would require a lot of data from the vessel owners. So as charterers, it would so happen that the vessel owner would hesitate to give us that data. But as when we do it as member of Sea Cargo Charter, there are very clear ways to go about it. Is clearly mentioned there, which has really helped us. So this is a framework, and a lot of Cargill, Klaveness, Maersk, etc. are members of the Sea Cargo Charter. So this year in August 2021, we have become member of Sea Cargo Charter, and we have started reporting our emissions every quarter. Can we go to the next slide? These are the future regulations which will really pay up and which will affect us. One is, I'm sure everybody must be aware of the EU ETS. In the European Union, there is a emission trading system which is going to be implemented, and shipping industry is expected to pay carbon taxes from 2023. So basically, if say I emit 100 tons of CO2 as a ship owner, I'll be expected to pay at least for 20 tons of CO2 from 2023, which by 2026 I'll be expected to pay for 100% of the carbon emissions, basically, which is the EU ETS. The second thing is CII, which is the carbon intensity indicator. This is again being driven by IMO, where the vessels are being rated. The data has been collected for all the vessels, and the vessels will be rated from A to E, basically. And they will have to work to ensure to maintain the rating or improve the rating. Basically, so if you see the reduction from reference line, that is from 2023, will be 5% in 2023, and it will go up 11% in 2026. So that means if a vessel has to maintain a level of, say, rating of C, she has to work towards reducing her emissions by nearly 11% to maintain simply the rating. If she has to improve the rating, she has to do something more. The vessel owner or the vessel has to do something more and ensure the rating is improved. So with this, these two we see as, along with IMO regulations, as challenge to shipping going ahead. So from 2023, we will see a lot of flux in the shipping industry when these two regulations start kicking in. We will see increase in freight, or we will see some sort of disruption, basically. Of course, with the Ukraine war invasion coming in, something more might happen, but these are two things with respect to sustainability, what we see. Yeah, can we go to the next slide? This I have just put a brief description of what the EU ETS market is. So basically, any establishment is allowed some free EUA, which is the European Union's allowance. So in case I have an industry and I have an EUA of 100 tons, so I can emit 100 tons of CO2 emissions, but I take any action and I reduce it to 80 tons, the balance 20 tons I can go to the market and they can trade it. So if another person has someone not able to manage to reduce or is exceeding his allowance, he can go and buy that. Basically, in calendar year 22, we saw that one EUA was trading at nearly $80 per one EUA was trading at around $80, 80 euros, sorry. We expect this value to go up going ahead. So in case a vessel owner or is not able to maintain, he will have to go into the ETS market, pick up some allowance, and for that again he will be charged something. So there is going to be a whole new way of looking at things, looking at freights, which we expect from FY23 onwards. So what are the options available to charters like Tata Steel? What can we do basically? Because we are not vessel owners, how do we go about it? So we identified 6 levers to basically do it. And out of that, few things was beyond us, few things was which we could do. One is sustainable governance, develop a good governance structure and then work on it, build on it and implement it. The second is improve technical specifications of the vessel. Third is larger size vessels. Fourth is deploy vessels with alternate fuels. Fifth, we try to reduce the port time, demurrage time, faster turnaround of vessels. Sixth is knowledge sharing. So if you see the number 2 and 3 is really difficult for us as charters to do anything because technical specifications, we cannot push vessel owners to do anything for us. The larger size vessels, we cannot get a Newcastle Max into east coast of India as of now, as yet, fully loaded Newcastle Max. Of course, Dhamra we get underloaded, but we really cannot get fully loaded Newcastle Max. So that's the challenge. We need more infrastructure. So basically, we can work on the balance 4 aspect, which is sustainable governance, deploy alternate fuel vessels, and reduce the port time and demurrage. And the last is the knowledge sharing. Last slide, I'll cover what we have done till now and what are the results, what we expect to see going ahead. So basically, if you see the left box, we are the leaders. Tata Steel as a steel maker is a leader, where we have signed the Sea Cargo Charter. We have become members of Baltic Exchange. Here we intend to develop some India-centric indices, develop indices basis on energy efficient vessels. So so we put some value to say A-class vessel, which will be trading somewhere in India, East Coast or West Coast. That is the thought when we became member of this Baltic Exchange. Baltic International IMCO also is the same, where we influence rules and regulations. Getting to zero coalition is something where we are basically on zero on knowledge sharing, and we intend to be part of this. On the optimization part, we have partnered with RightShip. So we are using RightShip for baselining our sustainability strategy and then do a gap analysis. So we work on how to fill the gap. We have used digitization to our benefit, where we have tied up with a company called Optimum Voyage, who gives us on how to reduce the GHG emissions. So it gives us the basically the best route to follow. And this is something like digital twin, big data, and all that is involved. So that is one. We are anyway focusing on greener vessels. We have tied up with a digital company called C, where while chartering a vessel, the charterer will come to know what will be the emission of that vessel when she is going to trade in that particular route or for the route that we have planned for. So basically, if I have 3 vessels where XYZ, for XYZ, if she performs my charter, what will be the emissions, and then the option of hiring a energy efficient vessel will be available. The last box is what we have worked on very actively. The work is still on. So basically, we have signed a MOU with Mitsui Group, wherein we are exploring options of deploying a wind-powered vessel in the region. Most probably in either PG India or Australia India. On green ammonia, we are in talks with various vessel owners. So we have yet to sign an MOU or NDA or anything, but yes, the talks are at advanced level. On the biofuels, we deployed a vessel of Tata NYK and NYK, and we did a trial run recently around 2-3 months back. And this was a grand success. We saw a reduction of nearly 9% for the duration when the biofuel was used. On the electric shore power, infrastructure is needed in India, but we are actively engaging with the ports to develop this option where when the vessel comes into port, they don't use fuels. Hydrogen and LNG. Hydrogen is something where we are looking for small vessels where hydrogen can be used as fuel, and which we are trying to deploy in the coast of India. LNG is something which we see can be easily done. So we have not really put in much effort, but yes, going ahead, we expect one LNG powered vessel to be deployed in this region for our cargo. In addition to this, we have promoted coastal shipping in a very aggressive manner. So I really don't have the figures now, but we did nearly 300 KT last year from East Coast to West Coast. This year also our approximate, we do around 20,000 metric tons of coastal shipping from East Coast to West Coast, which is very aggressively driven by the company, by seniors by the leadership in the company. The inland waterways is being promoted. We did we deployed one barge to Guwahati from Haldia. So yeah, the intention is to use inland waterways and also deploy more assets for coastal shipping, both for front haul, that is from here to East Coast to West Coast, and from backhaul from West Coast to East. I think that's it from my side. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you very much for an excellent presentation, Captain Shom, and the initiatives which Tata Steel has taken. We really appreciate your vetting process, your safety standards that you are maintaining and enhancing. What really touched me was also the crew change. You are concerned about the crew change during this COVID times. Crew are the heartbeat of shipping. And I'm really, really glad you're taking care of the heart. Your emission controls, which you have spoken about, and also about the energy efficiency. You have spoken about reducing carbon emissions by 50%, chartering of your responsible charterer, chartering vessels which have either scrubbers or are using LSMGO, very low sulfur fuel oils. And last but not the least, also you are deploying inland waterways vessels for multimodal transportation and also coastal vessels for movement of your cargoes. So thank you very much, Captain Shom, for an excellent presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be moving on to our next speaker. Is Captain Amit Vasan, Head All India Commercial Operations and Business Development, NYK Line India. He is also a director of Tata Martrade International Logistics. He is a winner of various accolades and awards for excellence in maritime logistics sector and has been representing the shipping and logistics fraternity on various national forums. He is a master mariner and a member of the Institute of Chartered Shipbrokers. Captain Vasan will be speaking on NYK's roadmap for zero emissions on international shipping. Over to Captain Amit Vasan.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chairperson Hajra Saab, Captain Day, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present on the shipping sustainability. I would straight away start by presenting few aspects from the owner's perspective, as Captain Mishra has already presented the charter's perspective, which as Tata Steel, one of the leading companies in India, would take the effective measures. They have been presented, so I would like to support further with that from the owner's perspective. Giving a little brief about NYK. NYK is a Japanese company dedicated to shipping and logistics, having around 826 vessels with various fleets like bulks, trades, car carriers, containers, passengers, including the aircraft carriers. So not going in details, I will take you to the emissions and the studies what we have been doing in NYK. If you see IMO, as Captain Mishra has already presented this part, so I'll move ahead. IMO has a vision to have zero emissions as early as possible in the century, targeting to have half emissions by 2050. But we as NYK has set our internal targets where we have announced that NYK will have zero emissions by 2050 for all our ocean-going business. This is the responsibility as the owners we have taken amongst ourselves and providing the better environment for the world and better ships for the charters. What we are doing to achieve this target, we are staying ahead with digitization and green. That's what we are trying to promote and drive future growth by new aspects of LNG marine fuel, hydrogen and ammonia, offshore wind powers. And these are the things which we are studying and implementing in our fleets across the globe. Below are the few fuels which are contributing to the reductions of the GHG emissions: ammonia, liquefied hydrogen, synthetic methane, LNG, and biofuel. There are technical details which I will not go into it as of now, but I would like to say that what NYK is presenting from heavy oil, NYK is already in consumption of LNG in various types of ships. We have Ro-Ro ships, we have bulkers, which is coming up. So we are already in use of LNG, and we have already begun our studies for ammonia and hydrogen. And we intend to introduce our ammonia fuel vessel and hydrogen fuel vessels by 2030. That is our aim, and we are working towards that. Why this aim is set? There is a roadmap of zero emission which has been presented by MLIT, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism in Japan. So that is the guideline which is set by the Japanese government, and NYK being a Japanese company, we want to take one step ahead of that, and we intend to start all those services before the timelines are set. So if, as I've said, that we are already in use of LNG for various kinds of vessels, and we intend to start hydrogen and ammonia by 2028. So this is our goals and missions which we are taking. So I'll just take further on what efforts we have done till now. In case of LNG, we have been utilizing as marine fuel since 2015, and it is a practical bridging solution to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. NYK is into LNG bunkering. We are having LNG fueled ocean going vessels, which are our carriers. We have LNG fueled tugboats. So NYK is the first company to provide such service. LNG bunkering plus small scale LNG transportation. We have LNG fuel ocean going ships, which is a car carrier which was delivered in 2016. And now we have already set up the target, and a vessel is constructed, a Cape-size bulker, which will be delivered in 2024, LNG fueled. And we have LNG bunkering business already in progress. Initially from truck to ship, it started in 2015, and from LNG barge to vessel in 2017. And we have ongoing ship-to-ship operations from 2020 onwards in Japan. LNG is a bridging solution to zero emission. NYK has launched and developed a concept design for ammonia-ready LNG-fueled vessel, which covers the transition of a future marine fuel. As everybody knows, LNG is termed as a transition fuel, so we have looked into a future fuel, which is ammonia and hydrogen. So LNG can be a transition for now. NYK is also in study in fuel transition from LNG to biofuel, biomethane and synthetic methane. About hydrogen and ammonia, as we have seen in the previous slides, we expect to have our vessels by 2028. So 2030 is the targets. Due to engine output size, ammonia combustion is expected to be suitable for ocean-going vessels. NYK predicts that liquefied hydrogen fuel combustion engines will be put into practical use and spread after 2040, whereas NYK will be ready by 2020. NYK, being a leader in the shipping fraternity in the globe, we have partnered with various forums. One is CFAA, Clean Fuel Ammonia Association, then Hydrogen Council, then Getting to Zero Coalition, then Maersk, McKinney, Moeller Centers. These are the various forums which NYK is a partner, and we conduct our studies with the global leaders to make this fuels practical and get more technical know-how. So why we focus on ammonia? Ammonia the characteristics, it is nil carbon dioxide emissions. And it has got prospects in using as a marine fuel and power generation fuel. So ammonia is the next future fuel, which is being predicted, and NYK is working towards that. When you say CFAA, which I've just told, that Clean Fuel Ammonia Association, it predicts that two major sectors will be using ammonia. One is power generation sector, another is marine engines. So marine engines implementation will be done by 2030, whereas power generations will adapt this ammonia earlier by 2025, between 22 to 25. So power generations are already in progress and studying in various parts of the world for using ammonia. This is again the supply chain, how we want to take it further with marine transportation, from production storage to marine transportation. And I will say that NYK started their joint R&D studies where ammonia fueled tug is already existing in 2020. We have ammonia fueled ammonia gas carrier, which is plying at the seas now. And NYK has ammonia floating storage regasification barge. So these all things are already working now as the trial basis and for our study purposes. What are the challenges with the ammonia? There are three technical challenges, which is minimization of pilot fuels, NOx reduction, and development of ammonia fueled generators. These are technical challenges. I will not go in deeper details with the paucity of the time, but going further, there are four commercial and operational challenges with ammonia, which is fuel storage, supply chain, bunkering infrastructure needs to be required, safety, development of international marine regulations and operational procedures for safety, and fuel cost. Cost reduction for production, transportation, and supply is essential. So these are the practical challenges which are presently being faced and are under study how to tackle them. On the related to hydrogen, I'll just put one. NYK is part of AHEAD, a full-scale demonstration project of world's first global hydrogen supply chain. It is Advanced Hydrogen Energy Association for Technology Development, where this is a concept design. Going further from hydrogen, I'll just touch on biofuels. NYK's viewpoint on biofuel is that biofuels are practical and available option to achieve net zero emission, while this option has a big challenge of sustainability and cost efficiency. NYK has been co-working with valued customers in the biofuel trials and accumulating know-how and experience. As Captain Mishra has mentioned, that NYK did a biofuel trials with Tata Steel. So just giving a small thing, there are various kinds of biofuels and the mixtures which result in carbon dioxide reduction depending on the mixing ratio of the materials of the biofuels, which I'm not going in details, but if you see B7, B30, B40, and B50, the carbon dioxide reduction depends on the mixing of the ratio of materials of biofuels. Just to update that NYK has already done biofuel trials with a few vessels. Frontier Sky, one was with BHP Billiton, and another was with Tata Steel, then Frontier Jacaranda. So we have actual trial results and we are not basing our studies and technologies on others' knowledge. So NYK believes in doing their tests and technical results by itself and being the pioneers and leaders in saving the world and environment. That's from the NYK side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Captain Wasson, for your detailed presentation on emission reduction by NYK line. Goal zero emission by 2050, that's amazing. LNG fuel, hydrogen, ammonia, wind power that you stated that you're working on, you're researching on. I think that is a great initiative by your organization, and also your conversion to ammonia and hydrogen vessels by 2030. Thank you very much for your presentation, and that gives us an insight into NYK Line's emission control and reduction processes. Our next speaker, our final speaker of the day is Shri Yatish Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director, Braithwaite and Company Limited, an Administrative Officer of the Indian Railway Service. Mr. Yatish Kumar has the distinction of becoming the youngest Chairman and Managing Director of a central public sector undertaking. Under Mr. Kumar's leadership, BCL was rated excellent by the Government of India in 2 consecutive years and recently conferred Mini Ratna status, both being the first ever achievement in Braithwaite and Company Limited history. He has received numerous awards and also forefronts various social upliftment programs. Last but not the least, he is a Hindi poet of national standing, and his first poetry book, Antas Ke Khurchan, has recently been published. Mr. Yatish Kumar will be speaking on logistics reduction through introduction of new design in railways rolling stock. Over to Shri Yatish Kumar.
Thank you very much, Captain Ravidev. It's indeed a privilege to be here amongst distinguished speakers. I will be touching in the line of Gati Shakti program of our country, which is a merger of logistics, ship, rail, and road. So I will be touching how to reduce logistic cost of the country, which is a main bottleneck in export area. So we are struggling at 13 to 18% of the logistic cost at this moment, against the average of 6 to 9% in any good developing countries. And we are standing at 146 out of 190 countries in trading across borders. Our logistic performance index is varying very unpredictably, like from 36th to 54th position, and again in 2018 we stood by 44th position. Despite all best efforts taken by Government of India, somehow the main parameter of the country is not under fully control, and for that government is starving, releasing new policies. And how Braithwaite is coming into the picture, what action railway is doing, and what in totality Gati Shakti program is incorporating our ideas. I will be touching upon that thing. From 89% of the railway share, it has gone to 27% in 2020, and it is further going down. That's a big challenge. And when in each national transport report, GDP report, we are focusing that we have to increase rail share or shipping share to control the logistic cost. But the investment plan and reports recommendations are in contrast. Higher dependence on road transport is very adversely affect the environment. 3 times 84 gram of CO2 equivalent to 28 gram of equivalent per ton per kilometer. That's 3 times if you compare road and rail. If we come to the railway only, we will find that only 5% of the transportation is being done through cargo. And if we conclude cargo and found and you will find that only 1% of the cargo is domestic cargo, 4% is exim cargo. So there is a need to focus how to increase domestic cargo container availability in India. There is a need to how to integrate ship, road and rail via a RoRo concept. So I will be talking about each such ideas, and then I will be talking about how to reduce the final logistic cost of the country. From the graph, you can see how the road ratio is going and how the rail ratio is coming down. From the similar graph, you can see the similar pattern. If we compare across globe like Japan, USA, China and India, you'll find that the rail ratio is increasing everywhere except India. And in India, only the road ratio is increasing. So there is a need of thought how to reduce it. So breathweight is coming into picture. You must be knowing that normally India imports 40-feet containers. We import heavy equipments and we supply masala, chai and other things in 20-feet containers. So there is a big gap between the kind of product we are importing and the kind of product we are exporting. Apart from that, the 90% of the container is being manufactured by China only. So the China has made us really dependable on availability of container, and you all are knowing that because of recent phenomena last 6-7 months and non-availability of container, the freight and handling charges has gone 400% high. So I think Mr. Ravide is knowing much more than me about the container costings. So first of all, I will be covering RoRo, and then I will be covering container availability in India and how a small company like Breathweight in West Bengal is coming into picture for both the product. RoRo is a very old concept. I'm not saying that it's a new concept, and I'm talking something very new, but I am talking something very new, a modified version which is economically workable. Konkan Railway has been handling, in Goa sector, Bombay Goa sector, the railroad on trucks on basically TOT. It is called truck on train. This concept is available in Konkan Railway with a limited length, and only 37 kind of trucks are being transported in Konkan Railway. Why RoRo is important? Let me slightly introduce you on the subject. You know, the train movement is very fast. It reduces your total cycle by 50%. The consumables, the tire wear, the engine wear, and a lot of other emissions will go down if you take longer lead by truck on train. Risk of accidents are very less. We have come up with the new concept by reducing the height of the wagon and introducing 840 dia wheel in place of 1000 dia. So by thus we are able to reduce almost 300 mm here, and the length capacity which was earlier of 35 feet only against the requirement of 47 feet tailors and 57 feet tailors, we are now ready to manufacture customized RoRo wagons. And I'm telling you, we are not ready. We have already developed this RoRo product, and this product is on trial, speed trials, which are basic requirements of safety parameters. So speed trials are being done, and after that, this product will be thrown open to the market. Already, I have received 10 rakes of orders already from 3 transporters, because particularly in DFC rake, I would like to highlight this issue here, that the freight rate in DFC is almost 40% lower than the normal train rate, freight. So in that area, if you take the RoRo along, you are going to save lot of money. These are the kind of wagons which has been produced by Bharat, and this wagon is under trial. With a robust pathway arrangement. The 10-foot width has been arranged so that a driver can travel across a rake from one end to another end. These are the technical things which I will avoid at this moment. But in nutshell, I would rather tell you that we are able to handle 114 type of trucks by just changing the design of the wagon. Earlier, only 37 variants being transported, even in Konkan Railway, where the SOD clearances are much more than normal railway. But after introduction of new design of RoRo, you will be able to run 114 type of trucks in a normal in DFC and 92 type of trucks in normal railways. Here, one more thing has been provided in the same wagon. You can load containers also, and you can load coils also. The additional facility has been made so that in return you can have multiple loading arrangement, so that you can maximize your investment. These are the picture which has been taken during the type testing in the plant only. So you can see the coil can be loaded in this area, and that has been earmarked. For particularly steel manufacturers, this is going to be a game changer solution. These are the general parameters of the wagons. We have different varieties at this moment. We offer at this moment from 13 meter to 18 meter vehicle, depending upon customer's requirement. We can manipulate for optimization 101. These are general specifications which I will share the PPT to Ravi Dev, and he can distribute to whoever is interested. Now I will shift a container development by Bharat. I am proudly announcing that we are a container manufacturer in West Bengal. ISO container, I mean container means ISO containers, and we are supplying to DP World and Concor at this moment. And lot of queries have already reached, and at this moment 3,000 container orders are in hand. All kind of testing facility which is required for container manufacturing has been developed in the country. Here is the solution which I was proposing. Already this has been worked out in Western Railway. They are called dwarf container. If you use dwarf container, that means that in ISO containers you have 2.6 meter extra height unutilized at this moment. And if you utilize 1.93 meter domestic containers, in double stacker you will be maximizing the width. From that area you will be able to generate, depending upon the kind of goods you will carry, 40% to 50% extra loading is possible. Apart from that, we have already, the RDSO has approved this design. The cuboid and bicons, there are some small containers which the railway is now going for parcel. You must be knowing that the railway is introducing freight EMU, in which all small packets will be there, and the post office, the parcel department, government department will be acting as a custodian, as a assembler, and that the MOU is already signed between post office and the railways to attract assembler to through a RoRo or through a container. So summing up my small endeavor, that RoRo is the solution at this moment. Bharat being a technically more than 100-year company is piloting this project on behalf of RDSO. On 3rd of March, I am having a detailed meeting with CMD Konkan. Even in Konkan, I am going to introduce a lower height, which Maharashtra, the trucks flighting between Maharashtra, Bombay and Goa will be benefited immediately. We have a MOU signed between RDSO and Breathbit for developing it further and customizing it further. That's a Make in India product, definitely. We are proposing that single information technology should be utilized in railways and shipping and containers. This is already proposed in an NTDPC report 2014. Empty container scarcity will go down. We are even able to produce foldable containers, which is a demand of the time at this moment. And I am very sure that LPI performance is going to improve with this working. And our earlier speaker was speaking about the carbon trading, carbon earning. By introducing these simple two concepts, we will be able to generate a lot of carbon credit. So thank you. Thanks a lot, BCC, for giving me this opportunity to sharing my few ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yatish Kumar, and heartiest congratulations for developing this new concept of your RoRo by rail, and also for developing this new containers that you are manufacturing in Braithwaite, India. I would like to thank all the speakers on this session, Captain Shom Mishra, Captain Amit Wasan, and Mr. Yatish Kumar. Tata Steel initiatives of enhancing safety standards and reducing emissions is indeed creditable. NYK line on a goal zero emission by 2050. Captain Amit Wasan, absolutely incredible. And last but not the least, a great value to our logistics industry, Mr. Yatish Kumar's initiatives of Braithwaite. Once again, Mr. Kumar, heartiest congratulations on this development. And may I ask the audience if you have any questions for our eminent speakers, please go ahead now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any question from our members of the committee? Actually, we have received a lot of requests for the presentations.
No questions?
No.
Moving ahead, I would now request the chairperson of our Shipping and Logistics Committee to give a feedback and concluding remarks for the 11th edition of the annual Shipping and Logistics Conclave 2022. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. It has been really an enlightening, enriching day, starting with the inaugural session, followed by 3 technical sessions. Indeed, almost all the speakers have been brilliant, and I, for one, must say that I have learned a lot. It is a Herculean task to try to summarize the day-long conference. Nevertheless, I'll just mention a few points. Of course, the chief guest of the day first mentioned about the multimodalism. He stressed that the seamless transit between the modes is absolutely essential for an efficient and effective logistics system. He also mentioned about the World Bank supported river connectivity system between India and Bangladesh, which can definitely help not only India's EXIM trade with Bangladesh. As we know, Bangladesh is emerging as possibly the 4th largest trading partner for India. So there is a lot in case we can reduce the logistics cost between Kolkata and Bangladesh, and particularly we know the Benapole problems and the road transportation problem. So both in terms of cost, in terms of environmental issues, it will be indeed a wonderful thing if the river transportation and the feeder, the coastal shipping can be developed between these 2 countries. He mentioned about a Niti Aayog study about the benefit to the economy by diversion of cargo from road to rail. Of course, everybody may, I mean, many speakers have talked about the fact that at the independence time, nearly 60% or so of the cargo used to be, domestic freight used to be transported by railway. Today that has come down to 30%, whereas road has gone up to more than 60%, which is a, I would say, environmental disaster, a social disaster in terms of number of accidents and deaths. But I would have liked the study also to definitely include the tremendous benefit that will accrue to the economy and to the society and the nation as a whole by diversion of even 2, 3, 4% of the domestic freight to the water transport. Today, the coastal shipping caters to barely about maybe 7% of our domestic freight transportation. Inland waterways caters to not even possibly 1%. So if that goes up, it will be a tremendous boost to the Indian economy. The chairperson, Shama Prasad Mukherjee Port Trust, talked about the infrastructure developments, the KPD mechanization. He referred to the PM Gati Shakti and particularly referring to the ports and waterways. And he mentioned about certain process innovation in terms of, extended number of hours for the truck movements, things like that, which will substantially bring down the logistics cost. He talked about the improvement in the ship repairing complex in this region and also hinted about possibility of a shipbuilding project being taken up in this region. As far as Mr. Meena is concerned, he talked about the other growth engines, other 5 growth engines of the PM Gati Shakti, that is road, rail, airport, mass transport, and logistics infrastructure. And he highlighted the fact that with this, the logistics cost, which is one of the highest in India, that should substantially come down, and how the interministerial group will monitor the progress of this PM Gati Shakti. Madam Ashima mentioned about the vital need of blockchain technology being utilized more and more in the logistics sector. She talked about sector-specific initiatives in the logistics sector. And she also mentioned another very important thing, which we all keep talking about, that unfortunately, as I have said so many times, tremendous investment has gone into building up the road and rail infrastructure, whereas very little has happened in the water transport sector. And she talked about the distortion through subsidy. As we all know that for railways, the diesel subsidy and other things, it artificially brought down the cost for railway transport. So definitely there should be a level playing field, and that will to some extent obviate this criticism that, connecting the last mile connectivity, and if you talk of door-to-door transportation, the cost of water transport unfortunately tends to go up. In the vote of thanks, the mentor of our committee also referred to the last mile connectivity problem and for the water transport, and hoped that this matter will be properly addressed going forward. We had lovely presentations from Adanis talking about their overall pan-India presence. We did know, but we were quite impressed by the fact that 36% of the India's container movements are today handled at various Adani ports. He mentioned, of course, about various upcoming projects as well, not only, in this eastern region, not only the existing one, that is Kattupalli, Ennore, Krishnapatnam, but also mentioned about Gangavaram, Dhamra, and particularly Kattupalli is now developing the most important Eastern India center for the auto customers. We did have a wonderful presentation again from Mr. Joshi. And he mentioned how the Eastern Indian ports should catch up with the Western India ports, and referred to the fact that many of the customers and many of the cargo today moving through the West Coast actually are from hinterland, which should rightfully belong to the Eastern India ports. He also mentioned that how there are so many projects coming up in Kolkata, Haldia, Vizag, Paradip, Gopalpur, Dhamra, as well as Subarnarekha and Tajpur, which are on the anvil. He specifically talked about the proposed 10 million tons terminal in Paradip, and gave us also some details about the JSW and other terminals in the Eastern India. We had a good presentation regarding the comparison of the West Coast and East Coast ports from Mr. Bose, who gave a very detailed presentation of both Western and Eastern Indian ports. And he also pointed out how China has taken a tremendous march. I mean, he mentioned that one port in China handles 43 million TEUs. Of course, we are talking about the world's #1 container port, Shanghai, whereas India as a country overall handles barely 17 million or thereabout. So we have a lot of catching up to do. He mentioned very, very pertinent points in respect of this, cyclone and the littoral drift in the Eastern India ports and how that must be taken care of. He also mentioned why Eastern India ports should have more potential in terms of land bank, because definitely the Eastern Indian ports can still acquire more land compared to the Western Indian ports. But of course, this is one area which I keep talking about, that since the center of gravity of the world economy is shifting towards East, it makes more sense that Eastern Indian ports have a more significant role in India's exim cargo movements vis-a-vis their Western Indian counterparts. He also mentioned about the river being aligned to the nature and how through spars and other river conservation, we should facilitate that. That will be the best way, because for a port like Kolkata, which is riddled with its draft problem, that will be the best way, because you cannot keep on spending enormous sums of money only on dredging. We heard from Mr. Sarkar about the NCICT, their digitalization initiatives. We heard about DP World's footprint in the whole of India, as well as in the world, covering 17 countries, and today handling about 93 million TEUs. Mr. Deepak, in his presentation, once again talked about the very high logistics cost in India vis-a-vis the world, and talked about the inefficiency presently built in the system, which increases the cost of export, taking away the cutting edge from the Indian exporters, and also making the Indian economy suffer by making the imports more expensive. He alluded to the fact that out of maybe 14% of GDP, which goes towards the logistics cost, barely half is there towards transportation, whereas the other half is taken away by warehousing and various other logistics segments. He referred to the human factor, the inhuman life being suffered by the logistics personnel, and definitely needed that to be addressed. We had a very technical presentation from ODEX, and who referred again to the need of standardization and mentioned both about the system relating to payments as well as documentation. We had this session just now having wonderful presentation from the Tata Steel representative about their initiative on safety, sustainability, and CSR. We all know Tata is possibly the most ethical company in the country, and definitely what Tatas think, they are normally far ahead of the time. All these CSR mandates have come much after Tata on their own completely voluntarily were following that, and were following something even much more than what is mandated by CSR. He mentioned about the IMO targets, the GHG study, and they are being member of the Sea Cargo Charter, which will help them to further help towards the environment and give the charter's perspective. Captain Vasan, the NYK representative, gave the owner's perspective, again talking about the same IMO targets and how they are going to have a zero emission by 2050. That's their target now. And he talked about various alternative fuels. Of course, LNG is now utilized by many shipping lines, including NYK. And he talked about ammonia, biofuel. Of course, we also know about wind power. There's only one very small comment from my side, that is, many a times we don't look at the overall cost. We say that, of course, even in case of car, the electric car, the car driven by electricity is very good. But the infrastructure to build electric car, and after all, as we all know, battery doesn't generate electricity, it only stores electricity. So unless the entire process of manufacturing the alternate system, they are green, we really don't achieve much at the end of the day. Anyway, this is just a small comment. And finally, we had a wonderful presentation from Mr. Atish Kumar of Breathweight regarding their innovative designs for the Ro-Ro as well as for the containers. And he hoped that this will definitely bring down the logistics cost to a great extent, where India is lurking far, far behind many of the world leaders in terms of its logistics footprint ranking. So with these innovations, he hoped that India can definitely move up the ladder. So I think overall, this was a very, very, as I said, enlightening and enriching day. Ravi, sitting next to me, mentioned also about the seafarers. After all, we always have to salute the seafarers for their tremendous role in keeping the world moving during the time of pandemic by suffering their own personal, hardship. They remained away from their home and family for months together without many times, at least in the initial stage, knowing how their dear ones, near and dear ones, are coping up with the pandemic situation back at home. So along with other frontline workers, of course, every one of them, particularly doctors, paramedics, the municipal workers, the banking workers, all frontline workers are to be saluted. But nevertheless, as a representative of the maritime fraternity, I salute the seafarers, particularly because of their tremendous hardship and because of the fact that they were possibly the only set of workers who remained away from their home and family for months and months together. So with this, I conclude my feedback and summing up session and hand back the session back to Sukarna.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really, really wonderful and an excellent summing up. Before we conclude the 11th edition of the annual Shipping and Logistics Conclave of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we would like to once again thank all our partners. We would like to thank our gold sponsor, Adani Ports and Logistics, BG Shomadar and Sons Private Limited, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Port, erstwhile Kolkata Port Trust, TM International Logistics Limited, our official logistic partner, DP World PLC, our print media partner, Exim India Shipping Times, Exim Multimedia Private Limited, Kolkata branch, our knowledge partner, PricewaterhouseCoopers, our silver sponsors, All Cargo Logistics, CFS, Allied ICT Services Limited, the PDP Group, Century Plyboard India Limited, Exide Industries Limited, New Era Shipping Line Private Limited, Phoenix Group, Steel Authority of India Limited, Summit Alliance Port East Gateway India Private Limited, Tata Steel Downstream Products Limited, TP Roy Chaudhary and Company Private Limited, our bronze partner APJ Shipping Limited, Cross Ocean Enterprises Private Limited, Electro Steel Castings Private Limited, KBR Transport Private Limited, Megdeepa Logistics Private Limited, Mitra Enterprises, MS Agency India Private Limited, Ocean Whale Shipping Services Private Limited, Pennon Shipping Private Limited, Pinnacle Logistics India Private Limited, Seabridge Marine Agency, Sea Ship Logistics Private Limited, SNB Agency, Sri Maharshi Shipping Private Limited, Translog Ship Private Limited, V2 Maritime LLP, Vivek Freight and Logistics Private Limited, United Lena Shipping Services LLP, JM Bakshi Group, our legal partner Victor Moses and Company, and our chief patron JIS. With this, we conclude the 11th edition of the annual shipping.
Just 1 minute, Shukarna. As the chairperson of the committee, it was not my role to propose any vote of thanks, which has been ably done by Shukarna. But as the chairperson of the committee, and on behalf of myself and all my committee members, I must extend a very, very hearty thanks to the entire BCCI team led by Shukarna, but for whose tremendous efforts, I am sure this conclave would not have been possible. It would not have achieved any success. So thank you, Shukarna. Thank you to your team.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. I really thank my team, Ms. Amrita Basu and Mr. Debaditya Dotto for coming up and putting up this wonderful show, and to the entire committee of the Shipping and Logistic Committee of the Bengal Chamber, without whose support it wouldn't have been possible. Thank you so much. Stay well, take care and be safe. Thank you and bye-bye from all of us from Bengal Chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam.